Welcome everyone to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. To my right here is my buddy, Shadow the Night Owl. He is the spirit animal and the mascot of the channel here. Today what we're going to go over is a couple more of Lindsay's professionals that were treating her. And the more I see this trial, the more I begin to think, I think she had too many. I think there was too many professionals she was seeing throughout this 4-month period, and unfortunately they weren't really communicating with one another, so they were all working without knowledge of what the other professionals were doing. I don't think that's the best, but we're also going to see, did Lindsay not listen to some of the professionals as well? Hello there, Miss Kim and Teresa, how are you both? Florida bound girl, how are you? So, I mean, because Rebecca Jollotta, she is a certified psychiatric nurse practitioner. She seems to know her stuff. We're going to start on Kevin Reddington's cross of the woman who ended testimony yesterday. She is McAllister, I believe her name is. She's the therapist that saw Lindsay October 3rd and October 31st. But let me clarify, that's who it is. Who saw Lindsay October 3rd and October 31st? Bethany, how are you, Bethany? And South Paul, how are you? Hartman, welcome. Oh. Well, I think this woman's name is McAllister, but we'll see.
Direct examination, and we're about to begin cross-examination of that witness. So I would ask the witness if the witness could retake the stand, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you give and have no kind of welcome and defend the file will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
All right. So this first one's Julie Paul. I misspoke. So it's Julie Paul. She's a psychiatric nurse practitioner. Her cross-examination here is extremely brief. Then we're going to get into the prosecution asking questions to Rebecca Jollotta, another psychiatric nurse practitioner. So as of now, you look at who is treating Lindsay. Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the licensed mental health counselor, Jennifer McAllister, Julie Paul, psychiatric nurse practitioner, Rebecca Jollotta, psychiatric nurse practitioner, the people at McLean, Dr. Elia Goodhart. There seems like a bunch of people here in that 4-month period. I don't know. It would be nice to see them all on the same page at all. It seems like they were all in silos for the most part, and they didn't know. Like, I mean, Dr. Jennifer Tufts didn't know that Lindsay was calling suicide hotlines. She didn't get the notes from McLean Hospital. This testimony from today is pretty interesting, though. Hello there, Dee and Deb. I love it. Warms Shadow and I's heart to see the names in the chat green and blue. By the way, as you're coming in, make sure you like the video because likes are free. Nanny Go. What is shaking, Nanny Go? And Julie Reagan, how are you? Hey, lovelies, like she's from England. But, yeah, like the video on your way in. Spank the like button. Leave your DNA of choice in the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know everyone here already is, but make sure newcomers, make sure you're subscribed too. Tell a few friends about the flock of black sheep. As always, the super chats, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting channel memberships, great ways to support the channel. They help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's soy-free hootie snacks. He's very hormone and testosterone conscious. And honestly, I was a little impressed with Rebecca Jollotta because some of the criticisms I had of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, Rebecca Jollotta did them. Oh, Edinburgh postpartum depression scale? Oh. Rebecca Jollotta did that. So she was more on the ball. Hartman says, I heard those rumors about Patrick. Wow. It was a psychic. So awful, I won't say who. So wrong, so sad. I hear you, Chatty. I hear you. I mean, I for a second there, I thought the rumors were going away. Then I saw Annie Elise try to put the rumors to bed, and her comment section basically turned on her. And they were saying, oh, I couldn't even watch this whole video. I had to turn it off. And I'm like, you can't even listen? You can't even listen to the opposing view? But somehow, thinking Lindsay actually did it and her confession's real is now the controversial view. It is not controversial to believe that Patrick did it, which is insane. Which is insane, by the way. But, and again, I should go over this tomorrow at a point, but the fallacies, complex question fallacy, which is a loaded question, arguments from ignorance, the fact that there's questions or seeming inconsistencies makes it more likely your preferred theory is true. That is not accurate. Also, people are thinking, oh, they just took Patrick's word for it that Lindsay did it. That's not true at all. They did an investigation. They tracked everything. They subpoenaed the phones. They made sure that people were in the right locations. They didn't just take his word for it because people are saying, well, the Massachusetts police are so misogynistic. Of course they just took Patrick's word for it. Of course. I'm like, no. Like, they're not all terrible. I get it. That one guy from Massachusetts, the one we went over not that long ago, not even in the Karen Reed trial. But there was that other guy that came out with the racist texts, and some of them were sexist too, misogynistic. He gives all of them a bad name now. So that even when it's not true, they're going to think, well, remember that one cop? Remember how racist and misogynistic he was? So that means they're all like that. No. That's also a failure in reasoning as well. So they did an investigation, and then they formally charged Lindsay. That's how it went. People are trying to throw all sorts of things at the wall. And I don't know. I get disheartened. That so many people believe that, honestly. That so many people believe also, they believe that basically Patrick is such a master gaslighter that he was able to convince Lindsay to confess to something that she didn't do. That's what they believe. He is such a master gaslighter that he tricked her. She was such in a trauma bond that she was just completely subscribed to his distorted version of reality. He orchestrated the entire thing, orchestrated all of her medication, orchestrated all of her doctor's visits, turned a blind eye when necessary, didn't help when necessary, and he just conducted the whole thing brilliantly. That's what they believe. Disappointing, though. Some people, though, on my Facebook, they see through it. As most people do here, too. But they're saying, yeah, when that documentary comes out, oh boy, that's going to be a wild time. But let's hop into this here. This is Julie Paul again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Nurse Paul.
Good morning.
And if I understand, you now live and perhaps work in New Hampshire, is that right?
That's correct.
And are you still doing the same type of work that you were doing with the social health?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Very good. You obviously are a very, very dedicated person to this field, if you will, in helping people that are pregnant women after they had birth and during that postpartum period, right?
Correct.
You worked with Lindsay, and the reason you were involved with Lindsay is because, if I understand it correctly, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother, Sue, works with a friend of yours.
Correct.
So basically, Sue asked her friend if she could reach out and have you kind of step in and help out.
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And you stepped up and you treated this woman, obviously, with care and professionalism, in my opinion.
Thank you.
All right. Look at that. Kevin Reddington gave her that a girl. You acted with care and professionalism. How about that?
Your Honor, I would like to offer the records from South Shore Health, if I could.
Objection? No objection. Those records may be admitted.
Exhibit 222.
And in the course of your treatment of Lindsay, actually, you went so far as to give you a cell phone, if I'm correct. Is that right?
She did have my cell phone because I called her on my day off. Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you very much for your care.
All right.
How about that? Maybe he's impressed that Julie Paul actually called Lindsay on her day off, gave her her cell phone number. He said, she's going above and beyond here, so thumbs up. Not what I was expecting, but maybe Reddington decided, you know what? There's not really anything I can come at her for, so I'll give her a thumbs up. Very interesting.
Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Rebecca Jollotta as its next witness.
So this next witness, Rebecca Jollotta, she's a psychiatric nurse practitioner. She's good. I mean, she seemed to know a lot of good stuff here. She also offered inpatient too. She wanted her at least into a partial program. I thought that part was good. I want to hear more about the details because I listened to it once, but I didn't pick up on it all.
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the only issue should be the truth, Thank you. You make it safe.
Watch your step, please.
On a side note, today, August 11th, 1990, was Lindsay Clancy's birthday. So today she turns 36 years old. What a way to spend your 36th birthday, huh?
Hey, good morning. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rebecca Jollotta.
And how do you spell your last name for the record?
Jollotta.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And what kind of training and education did you do in order to become a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Thank you. I have my bachelor's degree from the University of Connecticut in Allied Health Sciences. I then went on to get my master's actually in counseling psychology in 2013 from William James College in Newton. I worked in the mental health field as a clinician in various positions for a time. Then I went back to school. I've been an RN in Massachusetts since 2017. I got my MSN in 2019, at which time I became a licensed and credentialed psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And where is that? Here in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Are you licensed anywhere else?
No.
And so can you tell us a little bit about your work history?
Sure. I have worked in as a detox nurse at McLean. I have worked as a therapist in outpatient clinicians prior to becoming a nurse. I have worked in DMH respite facilities, and now I'm a nurse practitioner.
And when you were a therapist doing outpatient therapist, was that something you were doing on your own as a social worker, or were you associated with a practice?
It was part of my training after I got my master's in counseling in 2013. So I had a panel of patients, but I was under the supervision of a licensed provider. It was up towards getting my licensure.
And where do you currently work?
South Shore Health.
And how long have you worked for South Shore Health?
Since 2021.
And how did you come to work at South Shore Health? What was the role that you started?
I had been working sort of in general practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, but I was interested in working in women's mental health specifically. And at that point, I was getting training to become more specialized in it. And when a job opportunity became available, I applied for it.
And what kind of training is that you were doing to be more specialized in women's health?
So Postpartum Support International is the certifying body so that somebody can become certified.
So we can skip some of this. We want to get more to like how she was treating Lindsay.
After this meeting, so this was approximately 10:30 in the morning on 11/29, right?
Yes.
Did you have?
I observed her thought process. This patient needs like a healthcare proxy to make their decisions, things like that.
And what about if a person presents with a very serious risk to their own, assessing for suicidality? Do you do that as well? Mm-hmm. And what do you do for that? And do you recall about how much or how long your interaction with her was on this telehealth visit?
It would have been 30 minutes.
And as a result of your interaction with her, did you come up with a plan moving forward as to what to do to address her issues or her concerns?
Yes.
What was the plan?
Continue Remeron 15 milligrams nightly, Ativan as needed. Those medications had been prescribed to her already. I did not write her any prescriptions at that visit.
And again, you indicated that you kind of encouraged her to stick with the Remeron and give it a chance to work.
Yes.
Was she receptive to doing that?
Yes.
And as far as, again, the sleep issue, based on your conversation with her and her request to continue with the Ativan, that's what you recommended?
Yes.
Did you also recommend other types of treatment that were not pharmacological?
Yes.
And what were those?
I recommended therapy, mindfulness, physical activity, meditation.
And you're aware that in the past she had reported physical activity was something that had been helpful to her?
Yes, I believe with her postpartum period with Dawson, her middle child, she had some anxiety, but it seemed to resolve with exercise in particular.
And fair to say, as it pertains to that experience, her postpartum with Dawson, she had reported at some point to the clinic that she had sought medication after having Dawson and that she didn't end up taking that medication, right?
Correct.
Now, after this particular follow-up, what's your practice when you're dealing with a patient to have them have an intervention if they need to get in touch with you or they have concerns before your next scheduled meeting?
I generally advise for non-emergencies, you can message me on the Epic portal.
Is that generally referred to as My Chart?
My chart, yeah.
And so My Chart, you could kind of go back and forth with messages, right?
Yes.
Did you encourage Lindsay to utilize My Chart if she felt the need to reach out to you before your next scheduled appointment?
Yes.
And at the end of that meeting, what was the plan for the next scheduled appointment? What was the track that you would ask her to be on as far as regular visits?
1 week.
And is that typical, 1 week?
1 to 2 weeks would be typical for a new patient.
And based on her report of symptoms or potential symptoms, was it important to you to identify if there were any changes?
Absolutely.
Now, were you aware by the time that meeting was completed that she did have an appointment scheduled with the social worker at your clinic, Letitia Dukes, for December 2nd?
I was aware of that, yes.
Now, after this meeting, so this was approximately 10:30 in the morning on 11/29, right?
Yes.
Did you have communication or contact with Lindsay Clancy on November 30th?
I did.
How did you have contact with her on that day?
She messaged me on the My Chart portal.
And you're aware that on that particular morning, Julie had informed her that she was leaving?
Yes.
Or were you aware, I should say?
Yes.
Now, when Lindsay messaged you, that was at 11 a.m. That was the first message, correct?
I would have to look at the note for the time.
Okay. Do you have those?
I do have the messages. I believe that'll be accurate. It was 11 a.m. Yep.
And did she ask you something specific in that message?
She did.
What did she ask you?
She asked me if it would be safe to stop taking Remeron after 5 nights.
So you had just met with her on November 29th.
Correct.
And talked about stopping Remeron or talked about the concerns with Remeron.
We talked about continuing it on the
Okay.
29th, yes.
But as far as the starting of that meeting where you were talking with her about the medication, she had already reported concerns with that medication, right?
Yes.
And so you encouraged her to stick with it. Mm-hmm. And then the next day, she's asking to stop again.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that in that message, she indicated that in the course of that night, that the depression, she felt like the depression was much, much worse and not helping her sleep, and that she only got 2 hours?
Yes.
And she asked for a phone call from you, right?
Yes.
And did you call her back or did you message her back?
I messaged her back, but I also believe I had my nurse call her back because I was in between patients.
Okay. And so when you messaged her back, what did you ask her about to address that concern about stopping the Remeron after 5 nights?
I asked her what symptoms of depression did she notice was worsening.
And why did you do that?
Because she had mentioned that she felt that she was more depressed. She was attributing it to the medication.
But in her original message, did she give you any detail about what was worse?
Yeah, no, she did not, sorry.
Is it important to you to know what symptoms are worse so that you know how to advise the patient?
Absolutely.
And did you again express to her a concern with stopping that particular medication after the short period of time she had been on it?
Yes, I shared with her that from what I understood, there had been really short medication trials since October, a short course of the Zoloft, a short course of Trazodone, and now what would be a short course of the Remeron. And I reiterated that sometimes it can take 4 to 6 weeks before these treatments start to work.
And you also knew from Julie Paul that she had only taken Prozac for approximately 4 days.
Correct.
So even though you gave her that information and encouraged her to stay with it, did you suggest an alternative?
I did.
And why did you suggest an alternative?
At this point, I'm trying to establish a therapeutic relationship with her as a patient. So I had met with her on the 29th. She's concerned about the mirtazapine. I'm kind of asking her to hang with me on it and give it a chance. But then the next day she's asking me again that she really doesn't like it. So at this point, I'm trying to kind of give her an alternative to establish a collaborative therapeutic relationship.
And at the end of the day, if you prescribe a medication and the patient doesn't want to take it,
Right.
you don't know if they're going to take it, right?
Exactly.
So what was the alternative you suggested?
I had suggested Prozac again just because I had known that she had taken it in like 2012 whenever she was in nursing school, and she was able to take it for a year and she tolerated it okay. So I was kind of thinking maybe we could try to get you to retrial it and it would be helpful.
And in making that recommendation to potentially restart it, had you reviewed the notes from Julie Paul in which the defendant or Lindsay Clancy indicated that when she took the Prozac, she felt disconnected and that she was concerned about that and that Julie had told her to stop it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you still felt that it was worth giving it another try?
Mm-hmm.
And did you suggest anything else to pair with the Prozac to help sleep?
I did.
What did you suggest?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think this woman did want her to go to at least a partial inpatient program, if not a full. I'm not exactly sure, so don't quote me on that, but I know she said something about inpatient.
I recommended Seroquel, 25 milligrams.
And now, Seroquel, is that a drug that you're familiar with?
I am.
And in your practice, especially dealing with women's health, perinatal issues, what would a low dose of Seroquel accomplish for a woman postpartum?
To get them to...
Here's the thing, though. I don't think Lindsay and Patrick are going to win the civil case. I don't think that. If they can prove in the civil case that Lindsay didn't take their directions in certain cases, that's certainly going to help their case. That does not have as much to do with the criminal case, but we'll see. We'll see what goes on in the rest of this.
Sleep.
And you are aware that Seroquel at higher doses could be used to treat other types of mental illnesses?
Yes.
But in this circumstance and with this recommendation, what was the purpose of the Seroquel?
So at this stage, my awareness was that she had tried a first-line option, which would be the benzodiazepine. The second-line options are usually what we call the sedating antidepressants, like trazodone, Remeron. So this would be more like a third-line option to try.
And is that because trazodone, she reported, didn't help her?
Didn't help.
And she didn't like the feeling on Remeron?
Right.
And so ultimately in that message, you kind of reiterated what your overall recommendations were, right?
Yes.
And it was to continue with the Remeron for another 10 days, and that the alternative would be to restart Prozac and add the 25 milligrams of Seroquel nightly.
So much medication. So much medication here. I mean, was it ever a thought for any of them to say, hey, considering you've only gotten worse while starting medications, let's see how you do without medication. How about that? Let's see if we can get you back to how you were when you first started. And maybe if this woman was communicating with Dr. Tufts, she would have realized, oh, and not that she would know, I guess, of her existence, but she only came in initially for generalized anxiety and worry about going back to work. And everything only got worse from there. And what's the major variable? Well, all these meds. So maybe they could have just done without these meds and see what happened then. But apparently that was out of the question. I don't know why, but none of them decided to do that. Any thoughts as to why, Chet?
For anxiety and insomnia. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And so were you recommending that she be on all of those at the same time? That she do the Remeron, the Seroquel, the Prozac?
Yes.
And in your experience in psychiatric care and prescribing medication, is it a common practice to pair low doses or doses of particular types of medications together to effectively manage a person's symptoms?
At this clinical juncture, my thought was the combination of Remeron with the Prozac to treat the depression with prominent anxiety, the Seroquel to help alleviate the sleep.
And you're also addressing the concern of benzodiazepine dependency, right?
Correct.
Did you encourage her to do something to help you to kind of manage her treatment track going forward?
Yes.
What did you encourage her to do?
I had noticed that Lindsay was attributing a lot of her symptoms to her medication. And so I attached to the MyChart message 2 different mood charts. And what those one was daily, one is weekly. What it is it asks the patient each day to rate their mood from like 0 to 3. Good mood, bad mood, normal mood. It asks about like, did you take your medications? What doses? What were they? Check the box. How many hours a night did you sleep? What's your anxiety level? What's irritability? And what I wanted from that was, because it had all those parameters about mood and then also the medication, did you take it? We'd be able to track over time what the progression was. Was it getting worse since we started the medication? Was it actually getting better? I just wanted more data.
And were you aware that she was actually tracking those things herself?
No.
Now, you continued to have some back and forth messages with her throughout the course of the day on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So we have, she reached out to you at 11. You responded to her at 11:52.
Yes.
There's another message from her at 12:15, right?
Yes.
And just going back for a second, when you were asking her about worsening symptoms, did you ask specifically about suicidal symptoms?
I did.
And why those, if she was expressing some depression and sleep issues?
Suicidal thoughts can be a symptom of depression, and I just wanted to make sure I assessed that one because of its severity.
And is that something that's important to do before you make a recommendation to change a medication?
Yes.
Now, when she responded at 12:15, did she tell you anything about the suicidal thoughts, or if she was having any?
She said she's not at the point of being suicidal.
Okay. She also indicated, but I'm really feeling as if I can't go on like this, right?
Right.
And she asked you to call in the Seroquel.
She did ask me to call in the Seroquel, yes.
So based on her response, did you feel that she was taking the alternative that you were offering?
Yes.
And then at 12:29 p.m., you get another message from her where she asks for a phone call, right?
Yes.
And again, at that point, did you have a phone call with her, or did you continue to interact with her on the MyChart portal?
I interacted with her on the MyChart between patients, and I had my nurse give her a call.
And again, you said in between patients, so did you have the opportunity to pick up the phone and call?
I did not.
Okay. And is that one of the benefits of the messaging portal, that you can get back to somebody quicker?
Yes.
So when, before you were able to respond, did she send you some additional messages on my chart, if you remember? Or if you could look at your notes.
Okay. I see that the symptoms of depression that she reported.
Yep, so just drawing your attention to 12:58 p.m.
Yes.
You get another message from her where she says, the symptoms of depression that are much worse are just feeling completely hopeless and unmotivated to do anything at all. And that she says, I printed the daily mood chart and we'll start it. Now, you said that you did ask your nurse to give her a phone call at some point, and so you're aware that a nurse did call her on November 30th at approximately 3:10 p.m.
Yes.
And that during that phone call that Lindsay agreed to the plan and that she was going to pick up the Seroquel.
Yes.
Now, at that point, you had another meeting scheduled with her for a week out, right? But
Yes.
prior to that, did you also continue to communicate with her via my chart?
Yes.
So moving into December 1st, again, were you able to send her a message?
She sent me a message on December 1st, and I did reply to it.
Okay, so December 1st at 12:20 p.m., we have a message from Lindsay Clancy. Hi, Rebecca. I really don't like the way I feel on the Remeron, and I know that I can't stick with it, or I can't stick with taking it. I started having very intrusive thoughts that I never had before. I didn't take it last night. I would really like to go back to Julie's original plan of Prozac in the morning and using Ativan and Benadryl at night as a Band-Aid until I get to a therapeutic level of Prozac. Please let me know if you agree with this plan. I know that I need to give it a good couple of weeks to work. Is that the message that you first received on December 1st?
It was.
And were you aware that that same day that Lindsay had reached out to her primary care physician asking for an immediate appointment with her nurse practitioner?
I was.
And that she was looking to discuss medications?
Yes.
Do you know if she actually got an appointment or went to the appointment there?
They had reached out to her, and she did not respond to their voicemails or my chart messages, so she did not see them that day, to my knowledge.
So you're able to review the notes from the network of South Shore Health, right?
Correct, yes.
So you were able to review that she asked for an emergency appointment. They were able to find her an emergency appointment, but she didn't get back in enough time to actually get there.
Correct.
And so in the meantime, you're having a back and forth with her during the course of that day, December 1st.
Yes.
When she indicated to you in this message on December 1st about having intrusive thoughts and not liking the Remeron and not taking it, what was your response?
I sent her a detailed message of signs and symptoms of postpartum depression and anxiety, including factors like onset, risk factors, predictors, common symptoms, and it highlighted how intrusive thoughts are quite common in postpartum depression and anxiety, and I asked her, I'm wondering if that's what's going on here. I then asked her if she was able to take the Seroquel that night and if she noticed any improvement in terms of sleep or anxiety.
Here's the thing about psychiatric nurse practitioners in America. They make the big bucks in large part because they can prescribe medications. That's a big reason why they make the money they do. It's what attracts certain people to the field. But granted, there's all sorts of red tape and dealing with insurance. That side of it can be completely a nightmare. Now, Nanny Goat would say, in a socialized medicine, universal healthcare country like Australia, completely different. Different red tape, but not the same kind of red tape that America has, that's for sure.
With the Seroquel.
Now, by giving her this information about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, was that consistent with a diagnosis that either you or Julie had given her in coming into the clinic?
Yes. We were thinking this could be some postpartum anxiety. and I wanted to familiarize her with the symptoms so that she had them written down and she could report them to me and understand that they are part of these disorders.
Okay. And you also gave her some information about obsessions and compulsions, right? Mm-hmm. And you said you asked her about the Seroquel and asked about sleep, right?
Yes.
And did you also reiterate that you were still encouraging to keep up with the Remeron for a period of time?
Yes.
And you further indicated to her that you wanted to kind of see if there was a correlation between the symptoms and the medication and that you just didn't have enough data.
Right.
In response to that message, she actually responded at 2:36 on December 1st, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated, thank you for the information, it was helpful. That she says, I panicked last night and just took Ativan and Benadryl, but tonight I'll stick with the plan and try the 15 of Remeron and the 25 of Seroquel. Do you recall if you had ever had a conversation with her about kind of using Ativan and Benadryl as a backup, or if she just felt like she wasn't getting any relief?
I recall having a conversation about using the Ativan as a backup. I believe it was, yes, in my initial, I said continue the Remeron and the Ativan as needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the Benadryl?
The Benadryl I don't recall discussing.
But you were aware that she had reported the combination of Ativan and Benadryl had worked for her before.
Right.
And in that message, she also says, I'm sorry for all the messages. It's just a scary, very scary, stressful time for me. And starting new meds with side effects is very scary to me. I'll check in the morning and let you know how it went, right?
Right.
Okay. And again, you continued to have some contact with her on that same day after that.
I believe I responded to that, reassuring her that it's understandable to have fears, concerns about starting medications, and I sent her a detailed description of common question and answers I get from patients about medications, things like what to expect, how long does it take to work, what are common side effects, risks for, is there any risk for suicide, homicide with medications,
So in providing all this information with her, what were you trying to do?
Provide information because she had said it was so scary starting medication, so I wanted her to be equipped with understanding and what to expect possibly.
And based on your interactions with her and your review of Julie Paul's interactions with her, this was a person that was very receptive to taking information, right?
Yes.
And as her role as a nurse, she was not afraid to ask questions. Is that fair to say?
No. Yes, she was not afraid.
And one of the things that you provided her, or the information you provided her in this detailed response back to her on December 1st at 3:04, was that there are other sources or resources that she could utilize that are available at the clinic, right?
Yes.
And
go ahead.
These two books, Exhibit 148.
Yep.
Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, and this one, The Pregnancy Postpartum Anxiety Workup.
Yes.
Familiar to you?
Yes, I instructed her that we had copies of these books that we were giving out to patients and that she should come grab them when she was in clinic. And she informed me she would be seeing Letitia the next day for counseling, so she would grab them when she was there.
Okay. And so that day, December 1st, fair to say you went back and forth with her from about 12:30 to her last message, she was at 4:37 that day.
Yes.
And you said that she indicated that she did have an appointment the next day.
For the risks of tapetone and antidepressant in person, because she said, I'll be in clinic, I'll be able to get those resources.
Okay. So moving to December 2nd, you didn't have a scheduled appointment with her, correct?
I did not.
And you knew she was going to see Letitia that morning in clinic, right?
Correct.
And you received several messages from her that morning,
I did.
again, through the MyChart portal,
Yes.
beginning at 7:51 a.m., where she sends you a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca. I took the 15 Remeron and 25 Seroquel. I woke up at 12 with horribly intrusive thoughts of wanting it to be all over. I took 1 milligram Ativan and went back to sleep, and the thoughts went away. Now that I have the Ativan on board, I really need to explore the option that I'm addicted to Ativan. I have a therapy appointment with Letitia in your office. I would really like to speak with someone in the substance use clinic to explore the option." Do you recall getting that message?
I do.
And did you respond to that message?
I did. I am credentialed at Cellshare Health and Addiction Medicine, so I felt that I could be that person to discuss those concerns with her.
Discuss the substance use
Yes.
concerns? And so, and you're aware that the social workers can also screen for those as well.
Yes.
So at 8:51 on December 2nd, you respond to her, right?
I did.
And what do you tell her about the concerns she just expressed in her 7:51 message?
I fully appreciate and understand the concern for benzo tolerance. It's not something I want to happen to my patients ever. That being said, there's a place for benzodiazepines, especially at the beginning and acute phase of treatment and getting someone stable. And then we would always pull back slowly.
I would say Shadow and I's opinion on benzos is only when absolutely necessary. Some people it's so easy to become dependent and or addicted to benzos, even at a small dose. And as I've always said, benzo withdrawal is one of the few withdrawals that can kill you, that and alcohol. So it's not to be trifled with. And I don't ever really think, outside of extreme emergencies, that should be prescribed for everyday use. I guess in certain cases I can see it, but for the very most part, I would think as needed would be better. But so often people get hooked and then they have a really hard time coming off. 'Cause I think it alters their brain chemistry too. So that's my thought on benzos.
I think another thing to try tonight would be to take 50 milligrams of Seroquel, the 2 tablets, and see if that works better. The intrusive thoughts are part of postpartum depression, anxiety, very painful to think and experience, but I want to reassure you that it's not uncommon and mean nothing about who you are as a mother. Let me know what you think.
And so the recommendation from 25 to 50 milligrams of Seroquel, is that still within the range for treatment for insomnia?
Yes.
So would you characterize that as a low dose, a high dose?
A low dose.
And as far as her statement about intrusive thoughts, fair to say your response doesn't ask her more specifics about those thoughts, right?
No.
But you reiterate to her, just as you had in the lengthy messages where you provided information, that intrusive thoughts are pretty common.
Correct.
Now, did she respond to that message?
She did.
And so at 9:04 on December 2nd, there's a response from Lindsay Clancy. "I'm willing to try anything. I just keep coming back to the feeling that I'm dependent on Ativan after my 2.5 weeks of taking it daily with Benadryl, following the bad reaction to Zoloft. I feel addicted to it, and I feel like I'm not being heard, that is a possibility. I feel like we are throwing all these different meds at my insomnia when the root cause is Ativan dependence. I don't feel any of the anxious thoughts I had before. I feel completely numb." So you got that message from her at 9:04, correct?
I did.
And what was your concern when you got that message, or did you have any concern?
I wouldn't say I had concern. I just wanted to, again, provide her some information about what I thought might be happening.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric
I'm
nurse.
sorry, she didn't finish her answer, please.
Okay, yep. Go ahead.
And that's the thing. I mean, it sounds like Lindsay wanted off some of these meds, right? It sounds like she wanted off the benzos. But it seems like the professionals then seemed hesitant to do that with her, or said like, "Oh, we'll just take it more slow." Let's hear what Jollotta has to say about it.
I was finished.
Okay, well, she's finished. All right, next question.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse, and you said you had some experience with substance use, did you feel that there was a dependency issue or an addiction issue with Ativan?
I did not.
Is it fairly common that Ativan is going to make somebody feel better if they're feeling anxious?
Yes.
That's why you take it, right?
Yes.
And that's why you take it as needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So in your response to her at 9:37, do you make clear to her the difference between dependence and addiction?
So I don't know why Jollotta was hesitant to help her get off of it here. Like, I would agree, yeah, if you want to get off of benzo, yeah, let's help you do that. It's only 2 weeks in. The longer you stay on it, the harder it is to get off. So the only thing I can think of is a professional like Jollotta would think, well, it's going to help her to feel better, and it's going to make the rest of the treatment go better. It's like a Band-Aid, but it's like a shortcut. Benzo's a shortcut, is what it is. So I don't know why they didn't try to help her get off.
I do.
Okay. And as far as benzodiazepines go, there's a real concern for dependence and addiction in the fields. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But based on taking it for 2.5 weeks, taking it to address actual symptoms of anxiety, did you have a concern of dependence?
No.
Why?
And so did you articulate to her?
Why, though? Why didn't you have a concern of dependent? Why? I mean, once you've taken it every day for 2 weeks, your body's physically dependent. I don't care what they would tell you in whatever school they would go to, not med school, but what? Nursing school? Whatever. They might say, oh, you only take it for 2 weeks, you're not dependent. Bullshit. You are dependent. All it takes is about probably 3-4 days and your body's going to go through a withdrawal period. That's all it takes.
That anything about that concept of dependence versus addiction? What did you say?
I said, I wonder if you fear you're becoming dependent on the benzodiazepines, and there's a subtle difference between dependence and addiction. With addiction, there's a change in behavior caused by biochemical changes in the brain after continued substance abuse. The substance use becomes the main priority of the person with the substance use disorder, regardless of the harm it causes to themselves or others. With dependence, we're referring to physical dependence on a substance characterized by symptoms of characterized by symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal. Benzodiazepine withdrawal is similar to alcohol withdrawal symptoms. We would be seeing things like elevated vital signs, high blood pressure, tachycardia, diaphoresis, mild alteration of mental status, initially with a possibility of perceptual disturbances, delirium, dysphoria, and tremors. Did the insomnia predate the Ativan use? I hear your concerns about the benzos. So my recommendation is do not take them every night. I recommend taking only every other night, and then we will not refill it.
I guess it's better than nothing, but you can still be dependent and or addicted just because you don't take it every day. It doesn't, I mean, you can take it every other day and be hooked on doing that. That could be a thing too.
And so what's diaphoresis?
Sweating.
Okay. And in the fields of prescribing psychiatric medications, do you often have to deal with physical dependency and then addressing it later?
I wouldn't say often.
Is there a way to address that as far?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that wasn't a concern of yours regarding Ativan, was it?
Not at that time.
And what about her statement about not being heard? Did you see that in her message, where she says, "I feel like I'm not being heard," about addiction?
That being a possibility.
As a psychiatric nurse practitioner dealing in psychiatric medicine, is it important to you when a patient tells you that I don't feel I'm heard?
Yes.
And do you take that in consideration when addressing them and continuing to build that relationship?
Yes.
And so in this case with the defendant, with Lindsay Clancy, Did that change your approach with her at all?
It's why I sent the message that I did, trying to explain what addiction versus dependence and tolerance is. And I wanted to reassure her that we will try to have you take these less frequently and we don't need to continue them moving forward.
So she advocated for herself, and you took that into consideration and created an alternative plan, or suggested an alternative plan?
Yes.
Did your care of her change at all when she told you she wasn't being heard?
I wouldn't say it changed.
You treated her as you would any other patient, right?
Correct.
Now, you continued to have messages with her throughout that day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so at 10:02, you receive a message from her. It says, the insomnia started from the Zoloft, but then after the 2 weeks of daily Ativan and Benadryl use, that's when the insomnia was at its worst. I've tried so many different sleeping aids at this point, trazodone, Ambien.
It's an interesting combination. So Ativan and Benadryl is when her insomnia was the worst. That is peculiar. That would tell me, all right, something a little different's going on here, whether it's hormonal or thyroid functioning or something. But that's not a common response to Ativan combined with Benadryl.
Remeron, Seroquel, and they all seem to barely touch the sleep until I take Ativan with them. So tonight I will...
Maybe I misheard her. So she takes the Ativan, they help. So what is it that doesn't help then? I'm going to hear that again.
Assure her that we will try to have you take these less frequently and we don't need to continue them moving forward.
So she advocated for herself, and you took that into consideration and created an alternative plan, or suggested an alternative plan?
Yes.
Did your care of her change at all when she told you she wasn't being heard?
I wouldn't say it changed.
You treated her as you would any other patient, right?
Correct.
Now, you continued to have messages with her throughout that day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so at 10:02, you receive a message from her. It says, the insomnia started from the Zoloft, but then after the 2 weeks of daily Ativan and Benadryl use, that's when the insomnia was at its worst. I've tried so many different sleeping aids at this point, trazodone, Ambien, Remeron, Seroquel, and they all seem to barely touch the sleep until I take Ativan with them. So tonight I will try 15 of Remeron with 50 of Seroquel. I fear that if I wake up in the middle of the night with intrusive thoughts again, I will feel like I need Ativan. Do you recall?
I don't understand that comment. So what does she even mean? Okay, Zoloft for 2 weeks, but then Ativan and Benadryl, that made it worse. But then she goes on to say, Ativan actually is the only thing that helps me sleep. And then when did the Seroquel get added on to the mix? I don't know. That was confusing.
You're sending that message at 10:02.
I do.
And that she sent another message. It's kind of cut off, but it's still within the 10 o'clock hour, where she adds, I also just feel concerningly numb right now. Like I have no emotion whatsoever. I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care. What do I do about this?
I do recall that message, yes.
And this is a message that she sent when she would have been or have seen Letitia Dukes already, right? If she had a 9 o'clock appointment?
Yes.
When she sent that message to you, did you respond back to her at 11:35?
I did.
And
Let's hear what she said. Because again, especially with these meds, you got to be on the same page. But you know what happens, I think? A lot of the psychiatrists and psychiatric nurse practitioners, I feel like they think they know better. And so it comes off as dismissive, and maybe it just flat out is dismissive in some cases.
with the fact that she talked about being numb and having no emotions, feel like I'm going to die and don't care, what did you do?
I said, this sounds like depression and anhedonia. symptoms. I would say if you're feeling unsafe, particularly as we head into the weekend, it is important for you to have information for psych emergency services available to you. And I provided a list of the 24-hour emergency service programs like mobile crisis intervention.
Okay. And when you say anhedonia, excuse me if I mispronounced that, what does that mean?
Anhedonia is a symptom of depression where people are unable to feel pleasure. You might describe it as feeling numb. They're unable to look forward to things.
And in her message where she says, I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care, did you take that as a suicidal thought or suicidal ideation?
No.
And so did you tell her to go to the ER right away?
No.
Did you have concerns that she needed to get a higher level of care at that moment when she sent that message?
My concern about that statement was that I wanted her to have access to resources if it escalated or if it worsened. So I made sure she had it.
Okay.
So again, it sounds like Lindsay didn't want to be on meds. I'm still unclear as to why they didn't want to help her get off of them. I haven't heard a good answer to that yet. Chat, did I hear an answer and just miss it? I don't think so, but let me know.
And fair to say you also, at the end of that message, indicate, are you able to get rest or reach out to your support system so that you can be helpful, so they can be helpful to you right now, and that this is hugely important.
I did say that, yes.
And 11:41 a.m., she responds, yes, I have support. My parents are here to help. And again, this is 12:02. Does this sound like side effects to Remeron or Seroquel? I have never felt anything like this before. And then 11:57, she sends another message. Do you think over time these symptoms will go away over time? 12:04, another message from her. Is there any chance you could give me a call to discuss when you have a minute? At 12:10 p.m., and just to confirm, your recommendation for tonight is 15 Remeron, 50 Seroquel, and avoid Ativan, even if I'm not sleeping. So you got those messages in succession, right?
I did.
And were you able to eventually respond to her with a phone call?
I responded to the message at 12:12 p.m. I wrote it down for her.
And again, in your response to her, did you reiterate that these are pretty common signs of depression, and that what she was expressing to you wasn't uncommon in women with postpartum depression?
Correct. I said it sounds more like depression than side effects. It's not uncommon for me to hear, I've never felt anything like this before, or I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression.
And did you further try to give...
So it's like a 50-50 there, right? Okay. I mean, what do you think this is, considering it's gotten worse the entire time? Is it side effects from the meds? I think so. Now, is the underlying condition postpartum depression and the meds are just making it worse? I think that could also be true. But it's hard to, you have to figure out the variable, right? It could be a little bit of both. Med side effects. Why? Because the actual issue isn't that, it's maybe more hormonal or thyroid functioning. So you're taking these meds and you're not hitting the right spots. You need to be doing something else. So, again, Dr. Shadow and I would say, once you get so off the rails, you want to get back to a baseline. And if anything, natural supplements, if anything, just to get back to the baseline. You really can't sleep? Okay, melatonin probably won't be too harmful to you. I mean, yes, melatonin is a hormone. That's something maybe people don't know, but melatonin is absolutely a hormone. Just like vitamin D3 is a hormone too, by the way. A lot of people don't know that. But I just prefer those more subtle things first. That's just our thoughts. These drugs are powerful things, especially when you're not targeting the right areas. And it sounds like with Lindsay here, they were never targeting the right areas. The only things that really worked, according to her, were the benzos, and that's because a benzo is a drug of abuse. People can abuse benzos, so that makes sense. But if they actually would have treated postpartum depression and found the source, because Lindsay said it, Didn't she say it? I want to find the root cause. Yes, amen. You should want to find the root cause. But it just didn't seem like these professionals were kind of on the same page as that. Oh, yeah, nah, for root causes. Forget that. I'm going to treat your brain with meds. I have my mind made up.
For some encouraging words.
I shared a passage from a book called This Isn't What I Expected.
And is that book kind of centered around postpartum depression?
Yes.
And did you also tell her this is going to get better?
I said, even though they feel terrible, remember that they're symptoms of an illness that is very real and very treatable. This is going to get better.
And after that message on 12/12, did you in fact send her another message?
I did.
And fair to say that next message was to kind of address the concern about her question, what to take.
Yes.
And you confirmed to take 15 milligrams Remeron, 10 milligrams Prozac, and 50 milligrams Seroquel.
Yes.
And that taking Ativan every other day might help.
I said, I would say taking Ativan every other day might help you to see you are not addicted, as one cannot be addicted to something they don't take every day, but we can also decide to let me be concerned.
I don't agree with that either. You can be addicted to something you don't take every day. You can be a binge drinker on the weekends, or do coke and freaking binge drink, or crack and binge drink, and you're still addicted. You just go on binges. So I don't buy that.
About whether you have a problem with the Ativan and simply take it nightly for now. And if I have concerns about your use of it, I will make them apparent to you. My primary concern at this time is that you sleep. And if that means taking the Ativan for middle of the night wake-ups, that is what it means. I'm confident we can safely and successfully get you off Ativan in the near future. And then I also go on to make recommendations about if she does have trouble in the middle of the night, certain sleep hygiene techniques that she could do, like getting out of bed.
All right, so that's the first I've heard of getting her off of it. Okay, she said not refilling it. Okay. It seems like the problem Lindsay was running into was it was the only thing helping her sleep. And so she wanted to find a way to sleep, but the only way she'd be able to sleep is if she took an Ativan. So she's got that double-edged sword problem there. And that's where other things would come into play. Now, Dr. Tufts did mention melatonin, I think, on her first day of testimony. But I haven't heard too much about that, how that went.
And doing something non-stimulating, and then go back down to try to sleep again when you feel drowsy.
So an alternative as to medication intervention.
Yeah.
And then at 1:40 p.m., she responds, "Thank you. I'll stick with that plan. I really hope it works and to feel like myself soon." Right?
Yes.
And then at 2:35, you respond, we will follow you closely. We have lots of alternatives. If this for some reason isn't the combination, we'll find one that gets you back to feeling like yourself.
I did say that, yes.
But why does it have to be a combination? Why can't it just be nothing? Like, why does it have to be a combination? I don't understand that.
In all your treatment of women, the women that you've treated with postpartum depression, is this common that you have to kind of trial different plans in order to find the right one?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right?
Thank you.
So we'll take the break.
Thank you.
Court, all right.
Dr. Reddington, Kevin Reddington, and the birthday girl.
Court, all right. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right. Can we Buckingham, please?
Thank you. Nurse Jollotta, when we broke, we were talking about your interactions via my chart with Lindsay Clancy on December 2nd of 2022, right?
Yes.
And so the last one on December 2nd at 2:35 p.m. was from you to her. And then on December 3rd, do you recall that a My Chart message was sent on that day at 7:24 p.m.?
I do.
And you were able to review that message some point after it was sent?
I was.
And she reports to you basically that she didn't want to wait to let you know some things that were fresh in her mind. And it says, last night I didn't take Ativan. My dose had been the night before at 1 a.m., only slept about 4 hours at the beginning of the night, about 9:30 to 1:45. Then I dozed off for maybe another 45 minutes from 4:30 to 5. Today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and felt deeply depressed. I finally took a 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m. and now the thoughts are gone and I feel good. You recall receiving that message?
I do.
Okay. And fair to say there was no more communication between you and her until December 6th.
Correct. I believe December 3rd was a Saturday.
And you actually were out of the office on the 5th with sickness.
I was.
But you were aware that Lindsay Clancy did reach out to the office on December 5th.
Yes.
And that the nurse was able to respond to her to let her know that you were out sick, right?
Yes.
And Lindsay Clancy responds at 8:30 a.m. that day that that she would just reschedule, Lindsay reaches out to the nurse and says that's fine, she'll reschedule, and that she in fact changed her appointment with Letitia Dukes to a virtual appointment for that day, for December 5th.
Yes.
So on the 6th, when you return, did you have a scheduled meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And on this particular meeting on December 6th of 2022, do you recall if that was an in-person or a virtual visit?
It was an office visit.
Okay.
In person.
And so just kind of looking at the note from that day, from December 6th, it says encounter date December 6th. It says filed on December 7th. In the under chief complaint history, do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
The second paragraph says patient has verbally consented to this video visit. Is that just something that sometimes pre-fills into the narrative?
Yes.
But your memory was that this was an in-person visit.
It was.
Was Lindsay Clancy there by herself or with somebody else?
She brought in her husband, Patrick.
Had you met him before?
I had not.
Had you talked to him before?
I had not.
As part of your treatment plan or your course of treatment with Lindsay Clancy, was it your practice to speak with collateral individuals?
Yes.
And in this instance, did you feel a need to speak to collateral individuals up to this point?
Not up to this point.
If you did, would you have requested that of her?
Yes.
And do you need her express permission to do that?
I do.
So on this particular day, she presented with her husband, Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And was there anything different about your approach to the meeting than your previous meetings with her?
No.
You still go through history, you go through how she's doing now, you do your mental status exam, you do your screenings, right?
Yes.
And so first, just let's talk quickly about the screenings. The Edinburgh screen, what was her score on this day when she came in?
So 2 interesting things to note there. So Patrick came in for a session with her. That is interesting. I approve of that. I also approve of this giving of the Edinburgh scale, the Edinburgh postpartum depression scale. I approve of that too.
Do you remember?
21.
Okay. And the GAD-7, fair to say that screen was a 19.
Yes.
So would you say that it was pretty consistent with the last time that you saw her?
Objection.
What's your objection?
My objection is that that's not right. He's now got a 21 Edinburgh scale. Prior testimony was not anywhere near 21. It's deteriorated.
Well, I'm gonna allow that question. On cross-examination, you can certainly explore the basis of what her opinion was. So I'm gonna allow that question. Go ahead, Como.
Well, let me ask you about that score of 21. It's 21 out of how much?
30.
So in what range is that?
Moderate severe.
Okay. And on your previous encounter with her on, or your actual telehealth on November 29th, you reported that the score was 17, and that's moderate.
Moderate. Yep.
And then on the GAD-7, on this particular day on December 6th, it was 19, right?
Yes.
And on the previous visit, it was 14.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your observations of her on December 6th, did you notice anything different about her speech and language?
No.
How about her mood? What did you note her mood to be?
Anxious.
And the affect, fair to say, consistent with mood, meaning anxious, right?
Yes.
And thought process.
Thought process was linear and goal directed.
And thought content, did she indicate to you whether she was experiencing any auditory or visual hallucinations?
No.
Any delusions?
No.
I will say, Shadow and I will make a prediction. I don't think Lindsay is going to be found guilty of this. I don't think, for a combination of two reasons. One, this prosecutor is just not the best. Two, it's a really hard conviction anyway. Considering the standard in Massachusetts, it's a hard standard. Now, if this was, as I've been saying, if maybe Matt Murphy was the prosecutor here, I might give the prosecution the edge 60-40. But since it's her, I think I give Reddington the edge about 70-30. Because I just know so much of her questioning just doesn't seem to advance as much what they need to be trying to prove. Their whole goal is to prove she was sane at the time of the killing, and she was not substantially impacted from understanding the criminality and that she did something wrong. Right? That's what it is. So, is a lot of this questioning getting them closer to that? I mean, some was, but I think the testimony is so long that I think what would help the prosecution is, instead of a long, drawn-out questioning, keep it shorter and simple. Keep it to the points that help your case. Keep it to the points that make Lindsay look sane. I think that would be a much more powerful thing to do and would have a lasting impact on the jury. That's just my opinion. What do you think?
Any suicidal ideation, a plan, or intent?
No.
And as far as your observations of her during this interaction, this in-person visit, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did you observe any signs of mania?
No.
Did you observe any signs of obsessive thoughts or compulsive behaviors?
No.
Now, when you met with Lindsay and Patrick on December 6th, did she or did they report why Patrick was there?
I don't recall if they indicated why he was there. I understood it to mean he was there to provide collateral and support for her.
Were you aware that he was coming to the appointment?
I don't recall if I was aware beforehand or not.
And you had engaged in a pretty significant my chart back and forth with her in the days preceding this this meeting on December 6th, right?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you
So here's the question I haven't heard the answer to yet. So chat, let me know. But why did she stop seeing Tufts and start seeing this woman? Why did she do that? Why did she go from seeing Dr. Tufts at her facility to South Shore at this facility? Like, what is this woman doing that Dr. Tufts couldn't do? Is it just that she didn't have a good connection with Tufts? Well, she ended up seeing Tufts 14 times between September 2022 and up through January 23rd, 2023. So why was this round needed? Did she just think she wasn't getting the help she needed from Dr. Tufts? Has this question been answered? Because if so, I've missed it.
Did she ever indicate to you in those messages that she wished to bring him along to one of the visits?
No.
Fair to say, when a person brings a collateral and is willing to have somebody speak, you're more than happy to get that information.
Absolutely.
That's the question, B, right? B says, was that timing? What was the timing, Jared, or was it overlapping? I think it was overlapping to an extent because Dr. Jennifer Tufts did not know about this woman. They didn't know about each other. So, like, that's the part I'm not so sure about. Like, why did Lindsay do that? The only person who knows the answer is Lindsay. But then again, if she's really in a bad state, does she really know the answer? Would she really know the answer at the time? I don't know. She seemed to know some of the answers, like not wanting to be on a benzo.
This person, this collateral person, can they offer you a different perspective about the patient and what they're going through or what they're, how they're presenting?
Yes.
In this December 6th meeting or the visit, did she report to you some changes in her sleep or significant concern for sleep?
I would have to review the note. What I remember is that the sleep really hadn't improved much beyond getting a few hours, waking up in the middle of the night, maybe piecing together more time.
And fair to say there was some conversation to go back and talk about when symptoms started and try to get to kind of the root cause or what they believe the root cause of her symptoms were.
Yes.
And did Lindsay and Patrick report to you the connection with the Zoloft medication in September as a concern?
Yes.
And that they reported that, or she reported that exact night I went from 25 to 50 milligrams. I didn't sleep for 48 hours and I wasn't tired.
Correct.
So that's in your note as a quote, meaning that's directly what she told you?
Yes.
Did you express to the Clancy on this particular meeting
What the heck is going on there?
Okay, go ahead.
Did you express to Ms. Clancy thoughts that you had about her diagnosis based on your interactions over the last few weeks?
So if you're not sleeping well and you're not tired, that's certainly a sign of mania or hypomania at the least.
Did.
And what was that?
I discussed with her and her husband the possibility of potentially an underlying bipolar disorder. I based this on several factors, one of them being that she had such what we call an activating response to the Zoloft. It's unusual for somebody to describe taking Zoloft and then going 48 hours without sleep and not being tired. So that raised my clinical suspicion a bit. And she had been, I would say, having difficulty tolerating other antidepressant medications that we had been trying to have her take since then. And so again, I'm wondering if it's because potentially there might be an underlying, what we call mood disorder, bipolar disorder.
And as far as the information that you had about her past psychiatric history, were there any indicators to you about manic episodes?
No. So I do recall in reviewing Julie's note prior to meeting with Lindsay, she filled out what we call a mood disorder questionnaire. It's like a screener somebody can do to assess history of mania and bipolar disorder. Lindsay it was a negative screen. So there's 3 questions. One question has 13 different.
This is the answer, B. Importantly, Lindsay did not stop seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts when she started seeing Jollotta. She started seeing Jollotta November 29th, 2022. She saw Julie Paul before that. But, so importantly, Lindsay did not stop seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts when she started seeing Jollotta. She ended up receiving psychiatric treatment from Tufts at Astor Mental Health and Jollotta at South Shore simultaneously. Today's cross-examination highlighted that Jollotta did not know the full extent of what Tufts was prescribing, which is why Reddington spent so much time emphasizing the lack of coordination between providers. I could see that. So I would not characterize it as Lindsay wasn't listening to her professionals and went looking for another doctor. The evidence presented today actually cuts against that interpretation. When Reddington specifically asked Jollotta whether she thought Lindsay was doctor shopping, Jollotta answered, no.
Symptoms. You have to score 7 out of 13 on question 1, but also in question 2 it asks about, are the symptoms happening at the same period of time? And then it asks about any functional impairment from the symptoms. So I recall the 3 symptoms she did endorse were not sleeping for that period of time with the Zoloft and not feeling tired, having racing thoughts, and trouble concentrating. None of the other symptoms did she endorse. They did occur at the same period of time. And I don't want to be inaccurate, so I can't remember what she said for functional impairment, but I believe it was minor impairment.
Okay, and so the fact that those were reported, but ultimately the full screen revealed negative for potential mania.
I did also consider, though, that the MDQ is less specific when it comes to bipolar 2 or bipolar not otherwise specified. There's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Both have mania symptoms as part of the diagnosis. Bipolar 1 is usually more severe in that it's typically, a patient might be hospitalized or it causes greater functional impairment. Bipolar 2, it's a shorter duration and typically less functional impairment.
And as far as determining diagnostically whether somebody might be presenting with bipolar disorder, is there a particular tool you use in your trade to try to assess that?
Typically something like the MDQ, and then you'll do more of an interview asking the patient about symptoms specifically and if they can ever recall a time where this may have happened in the past, because sometimes patients can't always remember when they're manic. So I was glad to actually have Patrick in the visit because he could sort of help us look at Lindsay's history more longitudinally, or at least since the time he knew her.
Okay. And as far as, so those tools that you're talking about, the MDQ and kind of screening tools that you use in practice, is there another tool that you use to assess whether a person meets particular criteria to be diagnosed with bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
There are others, not ones that I've used.
So are you familiar with the DSM-5?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Well, that's not.
By the way, Shadow wants me to remind you all, as does Miss Kim, to like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. I usually go live 5 or 6 nights a week to talk about true crime, current events, and psychology. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. As always, super chats, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting channel memberships, great ways to support the channel. Shadow likes his soy-free hootie snacks because he's very hormone and testosterone conscious. Also, thank you very much for all of the support that Shadow and I have been getting so far.
The end all be all. It is a guide that tells you specific criteria, how to determine if episodes are manic or depressive, right? When it comes to bipolar.
Yes.
The difference between mania and hypomania.
Yes.
And so while you noted that there were some concerns reported, did what was reported to you rise to the level of diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder?
Not at that time.
Okay. And when you explained this to them, your thoughts about her reactions to the medication and these reported prior symptoms, did Patrick and Lindsay seem receptive to your diagnosis?
I recall.
Now, I wonder if Patrick would say, hey, by the way, Jollotta, Lindsay's also seeing Dr. Tufts, and this is what Dr. Tufts is prescribing her. But if Patrick didn't do that, disappointing. I mean, Lindsay should have said it too, honestly. Right? That is a minor strike in my eyes against Lindsay. Tell them what you're doing. Because for all they know, if they're not coordinated, what they can be doing can kind of be counteracting each other. So they have to know what's going on.
Patrick saying my wife is not bipolar. Lindsay looked at me. She did not say anything.
Okay. And was this the first time in this meeting on December 6th where you broached that issue or mentioned that?
Yes.
Did the conversation continue about symptoms and managing symptoms after that?
Yes.
Were you able to get any more specific information from Patrick during that meeting? Not what he said particularly, but did you get additional specific information that kind of helped you assess whether you would change your diagnosis at that point?
No.
And were there still concerns in that particular meeting that the focus was trouble sleeping and the potential for addiction?
Yes.
As far as recommendations, did you talk about what's called tapering medication?
Yes.
And what were your recommendations regarding tapering?
So we talked about her concerns about the benzos. And we decided to come up with a plan to taper off of them.
And the last that had been reported to you via the MyChart messages was that she tried not taking it at all, ended up having horrible thoughts and felt deeply depressed, then took it and felt better. Right? So was it realistic to recommend completely stopping?
No.
So what is a taper? Like, why do you recommend tapers?
I recommend tapers to slowly get somebody off of something. And tapers can be useful because we might have somebody at a dose and they might say, oh, I'm too anxious to stop this, or I'm not ready to step down to another level, and we can kind of keep them on it longer. But at this point, since I had met her on November 29th and throughout the MyChart messages, there was multiple concerns voiced about benzodiazepines. And again, in this visit, so I even did what's called a CWA assessment, which is something we use to determine if somebody's having.
I will say that Lindsay's argument of being overprescribed, it is hurt when the doctors don't know about each other. So if they don't know what the other doctors are prescribing, yeah, the bigger picture, she's overprescribed. But to each individual doctor, she might not be because they don't know. And again, I don't know how much Lindsay told them. I mean, did she know? Jollotta seems to not know. She did not know what Tufts was doing. So, I mean, that hurts the over-medication claim, I think.
Actual withdrawal from benzodiazepines or alcohol. Again, I really wanted to show her I was assessing this and taking this seriously.
When you say CIWA assessment, is that an acronym for something?
Yes, so it's
What are the letters, just for the record?
CIWA.
Okay. And did you, when you do that assessment, does it give you some sort of score?
It does.
Ask the questions. And what was her score when you did that CIWA assessment?
1.
And what does that mean?
Minimal to no withdrawal. The only symptoms she reported was anxiety. Her blood pressure was normal. Her pulse was normal. She had no nausea.
And yes, Jermaine, it is true that when someone has mental health, then the compliance issues and these other issues can also happen. So that's what also just makes it so tricky. Like I always say to people with depression, for example, what you need to do most is what you want to do least a lot of times. So you might not want to get out of bed at all. But one of the best things for you would be to get out of bed. So it's like, it's tough because when it's mental health, you can be your own worst enemy too. That's the part a lot of people don't like talking about, but that was true for me. Like, you gotta stop shooting yourself in the foot. So what do I consider a self-inflicted wound? Addictions, like drinking every night or gambling, fill in the blank. They don't help, right? But the thing is, they're not easy to stop either. So it can really sabotage treatment. Hartman, thank you very much for the super chat, Hartman. Shadow and I say thank you. Thanks for the good observations. Hoot hoot! Did you hear that, Shadow? He says thank you for the soy-free Hootie snacks. And thank you for your observations as well.
No vomiting, no tremor, no tactile disturbances. People in withdrawal from benzos or alcohol will sometimes feel like there's bugs crawling or pins and needles. Auditory disturbances, so hearing things, seeing things. No sweats, no headache. She was oriented.
So with that, and knowing that she wasn't in withdrawals for Ativan, did you still recommend the taper and an alternative?
I did.
What was that?
I recommended Valium. The reason I recommended this is she had discussed rebound anxiety with me at our very first visit, feeling that rebound anxiety above her baseline once the benzo wears off. Valium has an extremely long half-life. It can, as in like 100 hours. It has a longer clinical duration of action. So I wanted to offset the chance that she would experience rebound anxiety.
That is not the way to do it, though. You don't prescribe another benzo for benzo rebound anxiety. No, I disagree with that. Don't do that.
And it's often used when we're tapering somebody on shorter acting benzos. It's common practice to switch to longer acting benzos to do this.
And did you also have conversations about the
Dr. Shadow and I don't like that. Even if it is common practice, we don't like it.
other medications that had been at issue, the mirtazapine and the Seroquel?
Yes.
What did the defendant, what did Lindsay Clancy express to you as far as Seroquel? Did she want to continue with that?
No.
Did she explain why?
So she felt like when she took Remron and Seroquel together, she felt weighed down and exhausted, but her mind was still awake and alert. And she just didn't seem to think there was a benefit to being on it.
And so did she express to you a desire to want to go back to trialing Prozac?
both Lindsay and her husband expressed that that was their preference.
And was that something that
We are also using this opportunity just to talk about general mental health care, because ultimately, that's one of the most important things to talk about in this entire case. It's not just about the true crime aspect. It's about, what do we learn? What will we do differently? Let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and situations like this. This is what led up to it. So I'm critiquing in a way, even though I'm not credentialed to critique, but this is just from someone who's been there, from someone who's been prescribed some of these things, from someone that's had addiction issues in the past, etc. I'm not talking out of my ass. This is what I would say. I know what these things do. And honestly, I wonder if any of them ever told her to go to a support group. Was that ever mentioned? Try to get to a support group. Oh, you feel like you're addicted to a benzo. Oh, why don't you try a 12-step program? Oh, why don't you try smart recovery? Doesn't seem like it even crossed their mind. But what are the good things that can happen when you do that? Well, you have a community of people. You have a community of people that have also absolutely struggled in the past, and many of them have made it through those struggles and are doing well. So it just seems like that was just never on the table. But I want to go over this because Lindsay Clancy is not the only one in a situation like this. So if anyone else is out there, this is what Shadow and I would say. Now, you probably don't want to take Valium for the rebound anxiety from Ativan. No. I would say there's other things to try. You can take niacinamide, vitamin B3, lithium orotate, not to be confused with prescription drug lithium carbonate. But lithium orotate, very mild, will help level off the mood. Safe, effective. So why not?
you agreed with?
I did. I had shared with them that I had concern this could be bipolar. It's in my differential diagnosis, which is just all the typical diagnoses we might be considering. And that typically SSRIs are contraindicated, but she did have that history of being able to tolerate Prozac at 20 milligrams and do okay with no mania. So I thought that's what they were wanting to do, so we could do it. We could try it.
When you say contraindication,
Okay, sorry.
what does that mean?
It means typically not something you would want to do if you were sure somebody had bipolar disorder, because if you put somebody on just an SSRI or like Prozac, like Zoloft, it can create a scenario where people are flipping back and forth between manic symptoms and depressed symptoms, or they're called rapid cycling. It's not that antidepressants or SSRIs are never prescribed in bipolar disorder, but you often would want to have a mood stabilizer on board at the same time.
And so, despite your suspicions, you listened to the patient and went along with her request.
Yes.
So at the conclusion of that meeting, did you indicate that she could discontinue the Seroquel at that point?
Yes.
With the plan that she was going to restart Prozac?
Yes. Which I had been recommending the Prozac.
But it seems like she thinks there has to be more meds involved. There just has to be more meds. Next, I'll Seroquel back, go to Prozac. But why, rebound anxiety from Ativan, you have to have Valium. Why does there have to be meds? Like, again, it reminds me of the expression, when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. To too many psychiatric professionals, their only tool is prescribing medications, so every problem looks like prescribe meds, prescribe meds, prescribe meds. It's like, no. It's not always the right thing to do.
Earlier, I believe even on November 30th, I had recommended it.
And with that previous recommendation, it was in addition to the Seroquel.
And the Remeron, yes.
So to be clear about, this is what we know about Lindsay's drinking. When she first started seeing Dr. Tufts, she was drinking 5 nights a week, 1 to 2 drinks a night, and she felt guilty about it. So maybe that means she was drinking more. Now, the problem is Dr. Tufts never followed up to find out if that continued. That's ridiculous to me that she didn't. That's a strike on Dr. Tufts for sure. Julie Paul, another one of the psychiatric nurse practitioners that was seeing Lindsay before Jollotta here, Lindsay apparently told her that she was no longer drinking. Now, is that true? We don't know because there's no way to confirm it. But if we take Lindsay's word for it, she had stopped. The only other thing we know is, I presume she didn't drink any alcohol at McLean Hospital, and there was no alcohol in her system at the time of the killing. That's what we know.
So after this meeting on December 6th, did you have additional communications with Lindsay Clancy via the MyChart messaging on December 7th?
Yes.
And fair to say that those communications started as early as 9:48 a.m. when she sent the first message, right?
Let me just make sure.
And then you go, I would disagree with Dr. Tufts though. Like, even 2 drinks a night could certainly influence how those meds work. Now, Patrick did say that she stopped. So again, as long as we believe that, then at least that variable was no longer there, is what I would say. But again, wouldn't it have been the first time Lindsay deceived Patrick?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So on December 7th at 9:48 a.m., she sends a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca, last night did not go well at all. I took the Valium and melatonin and slept only slept from 9 to 1. Then around 2, I got desperate and took..."
Let me flip it all on you. How about this? Maybe 1 to 2 drinks a night, the old school 1 to 2 drinks, no prescription meds, and just continuing 1 to 2 drinks a night. Maybe she does better with that, honestly. I mean, 1 to 2 drinks a night throughout that 4 months instead of this emotional psychiatric medication roller coaster. Maybe that goes better. I could see it going better. I mean, 1 to 2 drinks. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not nearly as bad as what happened.
25 milligrams of Benadryl and only slept about 1 more hour. What can I do? I really need help. So that was the message that you came into on December 7th, right?
Yes.
And did you respond to her in the messaging app?
I did.
And what was the response?
I'm trying to find the sequence.
Yeah, 10:19 a.m.
Then it gets cut off. Okay. So I discussed, I mentioned, so your husband made a good point yesterday. Despite taking the Ativan in the evening, you were still only able to get a 5-hour stretch of sleep, which, yes, is improvement, but does sort of dispel the notion that benzodiazepines are the only thing that are helping you sleep right now, as you are still getting less than the target of 6 to 8 hours with Ativan, and the Valium did not help for sleep much at all. My next step in this case is to try a higher dose of Seroquel on its own. Are you feeling any subsequent loss of energy, exhaustion, fatigue with lack of sleep?
Why would it be the next step to increase from 75 of Seroquel to 100?
So she had been taking 50, so I was suggesting 75 to 100 would be my next step, because again, bipolar is still on my differentials, and now I have the data that she only slept 2 hours. So I asked her the follow-up question, are you feeling tired? Or are you feeling exhausted? Any subsequent loss of energy? It's still in the back of my mind that this could be bipolar.
So as far as the Seroquel goes at that point, creeping up the dosage, do you get now from the using it to treat insomnia to using it to treat something else like bipolar?
Correct.
And so that piece of it about feeling subsequent loss of energy and exhaustion.
And again, it shouldn't be up to Patrick to tell us that Lindsay wasn't drinking. Dr. Tufts should have figured that out and asked.
Fatigue. Why ask that?
Patients can have insomnia because they're anxious or because they're depressed, but typically they're exhausted or they're tired the next day, and it really does affect them. If a patient has an underlying bipolar, they could go on 2 hours of sleep and not feel tired at all, and that's unusual.
And so that is one of the signs, potentially, of a manic episode?
Potentially, yes.
So on December 7th at 10:33, she responds, no, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all. And she says, so just Seroquel tonight, ? I feel like I'm going to panic without a benzo with it. And then again at 11:44, another message, would I be able to do the Valium with Seroquel? Is that a safe option? So again, in this exchange with her in my chart, she's asking you questions to clarify what you've said and also alternatives to address the issue, right?
Right.
So the relativity issue, right, is, well, when the bar is just not killing your kids, then many things look better in comparison, right? 1 to 2 drinks a night. If you don't end up killing your kids, well, yeah, that's a great trade-off. Now, does 1 to 2 drinks a night, does that help postpartum depression? Probably not. It doesn't really help the underlying condition, but is it better than killing your kids? Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about when it comes down to what's relative. Like, you always got to think of what's the worst case, what's the best case, and what's the worst. So 1 to 2 drinks. It's also possible 1 to 2 drinks escalates, and maybe 1 to 2 drinks turns into like 6 drinks, and she turns into a boozer. I mean, that's a possibility too.
And as far as her questions go, and then her response about not feeling tired, how did you respond in the message?
So she kind of sent those in succession. So I don't feel tired, would I be able to do the Valium with the Seroquel? So I respond by, if you're not sleeping well with the Valium alone, there's no need to continue it, and I will prescribe a short taper to get you off benzos altogether. Because you are not tired at all and had a significant reaction to Zoloft at 50 milligrams, I'm concerned this is an underlying mood and bipolar disorder. I know you and your husband did not necessarily agree with that, but I feel that I'm going to send along this information to review. So I sent her a list of symptoms of bipolar, risk factors, so that she could have it to refer to.
And again, at this point, the only symptom she was reporting of mania was this not being able to sleep and not feeling tired, right?
And yes, and the racing thoughts and the trouble concentrating.
Okay, is that things that she had reported to you in your visit on the 6th?
No.
Okay, in these messages that she was sending to you in her on December 7th, she didn't talk about racing thoughts, did she?
No.
Okay, she just talked about the sleep? Mm-hmm. Okay. But based on a review of her history, she had at one point indicated that she was feeling those in relation to a symptom she was describing. Is that
correct?
So at this point, what do you recommend her to do?
I explained the importance of knowing if this is bipolar is significant, because SSRIs like Zoloft and even Prozac would be contraindicated. My recommendation is to do 100 milligrams of Seroquel tonight, 200 milligrams of Seroquel tomorrow night, 300 milligrams on 12/9, 400 on 12/10, and we will hold there. I actually say hold the Prozac, as I'm concerned this is a hypomanic mixed manic state.
And what about the Remeron at that?
Sounds about right. It could be a hypomanic mixed state, but you got to know the underlying cause of it. If it's not bipolar, what is it? the thyroid dysfunction leading to postpartum depression?
At that point, where did this fall into the mix, if it fell in at all?
I had recommended a very short taper on December 6th. I think I advised her to take half of a 7.5 milligram tablet for 3 nights, but in her message to me on December 7th, she had not taken it that night. So I had assumed she had just stopped that entirely.
Okay. Now, after you sent that message at 12:32, did she respond at 2:53, indicating that she would stick with that plan and that she said she needed a refill on the Seroquel because she only had 30 25 milligram tablets?
There were actually, she did say that. There were actually a few earlier messages as well that day. I provided an alternative. One as an option, it quickly came into my mind, oh, we're thinking about Prozac. We could add Zyprexa on board because there's actually a combination pill of Prozac, Zyprexa. The brand name is Symbyax, and it's for bipolar. And I said, for our purposes, we can prescribe them separately and take them both for the same effect. And I asked her to let me know which one she would prefer. And she responded, I think I would like to do the Seroquel with the Valium taper.
Okay, so that suggested alternative actually was on at 12:37.
Correct.
And then at 1 o'clock, she elects that she'd like to do the Seroquel with the Valium and asks for you to call in the Valium and the Seroquel.
Yes.
So that's on December 7th, right?
Yes.
On December 8th,
So they say B. Let's see here. The HPA axis stands for the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. It's one of the body's main systems for regulating the stress response, especially through the hormone cortisol. The basic pathway is stress, hypothalamus, CRH, pituitary, ACTH, adrenal glands, cortisol. So again, I bet you there's very few mental health folks that know much about this at all. Why it's relevant to mental health: HPA axis interacts extensively with sleep, anxiety, depression, trauma, inflammation, and reproductive hormones. Chronic stress or severe sleep disruption can alter HPA axis activity, although researchers generally talk about HPA axis dysregulation rather than simply saying someone has too much cortisol. And this may be why you're encountering the term while following the Lindsay Clancy testimony. The HPA axis can be relevant when discussing postpartum physiology and psychiatric symptoms, because pregnancy and the postpartum period involve major changes in stress hormone regulation. So it seems like a cousin, maybe, to simply postpartum depression.
at 6:35 a.m., she sends you a message saying, did well last night, need Valium, feeling panicky, don't know if ready to taper as quickly as planned.
Yes.
Kind of paraphrasing, but.
Yeah, she exclaimed, I actually did really well last night with the Valium and Seroquel. I mostly slept from 9 to 5 with a few wake-ups, but was able to go back to sleep. She was concerned that she felt like she needed to take the Valium around 5 p.m. because she was feeling panicky. I feel really dependent on it. Can I taper any slower?
And what was your response to her request for a slower taper?
I said, I'm hesitant to taper any slower. Remember, Valium has a really long half-life, 100 hours, so you will have some on board in your system throughout the weekend.
And why were you hesitant to taper any slower?
I felt like she was anxious about being dependent on it, and so I was trying to facilitate the process of tapering her off, and I was clinically thinking we could cover her symptoms of anxiety.
Oh, what did we have here? Say, Shadow? Thank you very much for this, sweet Caroline and the flock of black sheep. Sorry, Shadow, I fell asleep. Love from us all. See, Shadow, sweet Caroline has some career aspirations that have been on her mind. She's thinking about becoming a clinical psychologist, and she would have to go to school the bachelor's honors program of psychology. Shadow and I thought that'd be a good fit for you. As long as you can financially swing it doing what you do, we say why not. And again, Shadow appreciates all the soy-free hootie snacks as well. But he says, yes, make sure if you find your purpose, you may as well go head first. That's what Shadow says. And I agree.
As we titrated the Seroquel, because Seroquel actually has several clinical trials that show it has really good efficacy for anxiety.
And this conversation about the request to taper, that actually goes into December 9th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And in her response to your indicating you were hesitant to taper, she indicates that she took the 5 milligrams of Valium and that she didn't have any left, and that she was afraid that she was going to take Ativan.
Correct.
And had you recommended to take Ativan as an alternative or in lieu of Valium?
No.
Were there any more communications on that day, December 9th of 2022?
Yes.
What were they?
Later that afternoon, Lindsay and her husband called.
Okay.
This is December 29th, 2022. Where is this in the time period? A couple days before she checks into McLean.
And so did you, fair to say they called the clinic, leave a message, and then you called them back?
Yes.
And when you called them back, what was the nature of that conversation? What did you guys talk about?
Her symptoms, we discussed that the plan was to taper the Valium over the weekend, but they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms were too acute. She's sleeping better, but still waking up with panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts, feels numb, has thoughts of SI, but no plan and no intent. I encouraged her to engage with women and infants in Rhode Island to complete an intake for a partial hospitalization program. But she was able to contract for safety over the phone with with the 3 of us on the phone, that she didn't have a plan, no intent, that she would reach out if needed. I did agree to continue the Valium until our next appointment, which was scheduled for 12/13. I prescribed it as 5.
So I think what happened to Lindsay is, right, she wanted a slower taper because, she wanted to not be on the benzos. But then when you try to get off, then you realize how difficult it is. And you get really uncomfortable. And you're like, oh, no. And then you want more. And that's the reason why, to me, benzos should really mostly be a last resort. Because it is difficult to get off. It is difficult to get off of them, and Lindsay experienced. So I can totally see when you're in your right mind, like when you're feeling comfortable, yes, I want to be off the benzos. But then when you're feeling a little bit of withdrawal and the anxiety comes back, you're like, oh no, now I want more benzos. That roller coaster, people do that roller coaster for years.
Milligrams, but I advised her she could take a half tablet twice a day, so 2.5 milligrams twice a day.
So walk me through that. She had she had indicated to you that she wanted to slow the taper.
Yes.
And then you said no, that wasn't a good idea.
Right.
And then on the 9th, they call you and say that she doesn't want to taper. She wants to stay where she is, right?
I think it was that same day. The messages were earlier in the day, and then later in the afternoon around, it's noted at 16:10, so 4:10 p.m., that she and her husband then called, advocating to stay on.
And in advocating to stay on the Valium, that she reported she's still waking up with panic symptoms and having intrusive thoughts, feeling numb, right?
Yes.
So in addition to agreeing to continue the Valium, did you make a recommendation about the Seroquel?
Continue the titration.
So when you say titration, what does that mean?
So I had recommended 100 on day 1, 200 day 2, 300 day 3, 400 day 4. This is the manufacturer recommended titration schedule to treat manic symptoms, because again, I had shared with her, I think this is a mixed manic hypomanic state. So that's what I was targeting.
Okay, and so as far as Seroquel goes, there's some guidance you get about Seroquel that's put out by the FDA, right?
Correct.
And it talks about dosage and administration for every drug, essentially, right?
Yes.
And as far as Seroquel goes, there is different recommended dosages or ranges for different mental illnesses that you're treating.
Correct.
So in this instance where bipolar is in your differential diagnosis and you're recommending titrate up to 400, is that consistent with the thought that you believe she had bipolar diagnosis?
Right. So I was thinking it was a mixed manic state or possible hypomanic state. A mixed manic state is when patient has symptoms of mania, like poor sleep, no loss of energy, but they also can feel depressed, numb, suicidal. It's sort of like it's a mixed state. It's a mixture of symptoms. A mixed state presentation is clinically acute. It's unstable. So I really wanted to get the manic symptoms under control. I really wanted to get her to sleep.
And so going up slowly to 400 milligrams, what's the recommended dosage range for somebody with bipolar disorder of Seroquel?
For somebody, a manic presentation, you can titrate over days rather than weeks. You can actually go up to 800 milligrams.
And so even though you had previously indicated to them in your December 6th meeting that you were agreeable to discontinuing the Seroquel, based on our presentation in the days following, did you change your recommendation?
Correct.
And with the increased Seroquel that you had requested as of December 9th, she was reporting sleeping better, right?
Correct.
And that had been something that had been a recurring concern in your interactions with her, sleep?
Yes, my understanding was that she had been sleeping poorly since October.
And was there, when you say you were recommending partial hospitalization during that phone call, did you give a particular place in which you would recommend her to try to seek treatment?
Women and infants.
And that's in Rhode Island?
Rhode Island.
And are you familiar with whether they have particular perinatal or postpartum programs there?
They specialize.
After that call with the Clancy's on December 9th, when was the next time you had contact with Lindsay?
December 9th was a Friday.
But the big thing is, what is the treatment for HPA axis dysregulation? The answer is restoring sleep. Chronic insomnia and disrupted circadian rhythm can affect cortisol regulation. And that is something where a melatonin can come into play that can get your circadian rhythm back in order. Reducing chronic stress, psychotherapy, exercise, relaxation techniques, and improving environmental stressors can help normalize stress system activity over time. Treating the underlying psychiatric condition, depression, anxiety disorders, PTSD, and other conditions can be associated with altered HPA axis activity. Appropriate psychotherapy and/or medication may indirectly normalize it. Now, again, that's what they've focused on, right? But clearly not. Treating an endocrine disorder. If testing shows something like Cushing syndrome, adrenal insufficiency, or thyroid disease, that condition requires its own specific treatment. Addressing medication substances. Corticosteroids and certain other drugs can substantially affect the HPA axis, so medication history matters. Medication history. How about that?
So I believe it was Monday, December 12th.
Now, people are able to send my chart messages all hours of the day, every day of the week, right?
Correct.
But in this instance, you did not receive any messages over the weekend?
No.
So the next my chart exchange was actually on December 12th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Honestly, the last part I want to hear about Jollotta is just her thoughts on the inpatient treatment. That's really what I want to hear.
Now, on December 12th, do you recall who initiated the contact via my chart?
Lindsay?
And at 1:59 p.m., she sent a message to you saying, I've been noticing on my Apple Watch that my heart rate has been fluctuating more than usual. It has been going from 56 to 136 within a matter of minutes. I'm wondering if this is a side effect of the Seroquel and if there's anything I should do about it. Thanks, Lindsay. Do you remember getting that message?
I do.
And again, at that point, as of December 12th, you had recommended the titration plan going up to 400, right?
Yes.
So by that Monday, where should she have been if she was following your instructions?
400 milligrams.
And did she report to you whether she took 400 milligrams of Seroquel?
She reported she was taking 200 milligrams.
Did she say why?
No.
But your recommendation was that she should have been up to 400 at that point.
At that point, yes.
As far as the concerns about the fluctuating heart rate, were you able to address that with her in a response?
Yes. I explained that medications like Seroquel can cause something called orthostatic hypotension, which is basically when you get up from sitting or standing, your blood pressure doesn't compensate in time, so it goes low and people can feel dizzy. I explained that the mechanism for that is alpha adrenergic blockade, so the alpha receptors that help us with like adrenaline. They're also part of the picture here with Seroquel. It's often accompanied by orthostatic tachycardia, meaning getting up from sitting to standing, your heart rate can fluctuate. I said both can be common in the first days of medication exposure or when the dose is being increased. It's generally benign, meaning non-harmful, and self-limiting, meaning it goes away on its own over time. I also advise it sometimes necessitates slowing a dose titration or dividing a dose into like 2 or 3 smaller doses.
Okay. And so with this response and trying to address these concerns, you're aware that she had spoken to the nurse that morning?
Correct.
And that she had expressed to the nurse a desire to get off the medications altogether?
Correct.
And what was your response to that concern that she had in the call to the nurse? What did you tell her?
I said, as long as you are aware of the risks, I don't think you've been on Seroquel long enough for it to have a positive benefit on your mood or anxiety, but if you have noticed benefit, the risk would be worsening of mood and anxiety upon stopping the medication. We also discussed tapering off the Valium, which I'm fine with, if you would like me to send along the taper schedule. Being off medication might help you see where you are at baseline, but I do think you are experiencing significant and severe symptoms of postpartum depression that needs to be treated. I acknowledge that medication alone is not always the best option for someone, but often it's part of the puzzle. Other treatments include counseling, support from others, exercise, healthy diet, yoga and relaxation techniques. I know this has been brought to your attention several times, but I strongly, strongly recommend a partial hospitalization program so that you can get started on utilizing these treatment methods for relief.
And you were aware at this point, as of December 12th, that she had met with Letitia Dukes at least once, right?
At least once, yes.
She had been given referrals for CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy programs out in the community, in her community, right?
Yes.
There have been other recommendations for her to obtain a partial hospitalization program at that point.
Yes.
Now, anything about these exchanges that made you concerned that you had to kind of raise the level, meaning call her in for another meeting or make any sort of recommendations for inpatient hospitalization?
Not at this junction.
And why is that?
She wasn't reporting any acute safety concerns in these messages at this point.
It's just physical side effects.
Physical side effects, yes.
So the messages continued on December 12th, correct?
Correct.
So at 2:44, Lindsay messages you saying, "Thank you, Rebecca. It does seem to be orthostatic, and I'm glad to hear that it's benign and known side effect." And then she tells you a little bit more about the prior nights, right? So she says, "So the last 3 nights I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say that I do like the way it makes me sleep very deeply and soundly for around 7 to 8 hours, but I don't like the way I feel in the morning and most of the day. Incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. What would you recommend for tonight?" Is that the next message after you explained to her the side effects?
Yes.
Okay. So, and for 10 p.m., you respond to her, don't you?
Yes.
And what did you recommend to address those concerns about incredibly depressed and unmotivated?
So at this juncture, I recommended at least continuing the 200 of Seroquel because at least now she's sleeping. So I felt like although I had recommended getting up to 400, we had gotten sufficient activation symptoms down. She was sleeping. And the 2.5 of Valium. I think I advise that we need to give time for Seroquel to work for your mood. Let's continue to accumulate good nights of sleep, as this can only be a good thing in terms of recovering and feeling better moving forward. I would say take them tonight, and we will discuss further at our visit tomorrow.
And you had a visit scheduled for December 13th, correct?
Correct.
The message continues on that day where at 7:17 p.m. where she says, "Okay, thank you. I need to make our visit virtual tomorrow. I will not be able to make it to the office. Can you please change it to that?" Is that right?
Yes.
So after having met in person with her on December 6th, having had subsequent communications with her all through the date of December 7th and kind of, again, changing a little bit about the medication plan and having further communication with her on December 9th and now December 12th, the plan was for her to again come in person on the 13th, correct?
That was my recommendation, yes.
Why did you recommend in person at that point?
This was somebody who was communicating with me every day, and I did feel that she had significant symptoms of depression, some mixed symptoms with mania, anxiety. I felt that her symptoms were severe and significant enough that I wanted to touch base with her weekly, and I wanted to see her in person. But again, I was okay with her doing virtual because I'd rather see her and lay eyes on her and try to treat her than not see her at all, if that would have made her just cancel the visit outright.
Because generally you do the same thing whether you're in person or virtual, right? As far as getting the history, going through symptoms, asking how they're feeling, doing the mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you meet with her on December 13th at 10:30, correct?
Correct.
And now this is a virtual at her request.
Yes.
And do you revisit with her kind of the recent events and the timeline of the changes that you've gone through the MyChart messaging?
Yes, I structured my note as like a recent treatment timeline. So I put, 12/6, what had happened, 12/9, what had happened, and then I write update today, 12/13. That's sort of for me to remember the treatment history that I've had with her so far.
Okay, because while the MyChart messages are available to you, they might be in a different place, right? So they're not all contained within your same note.
Right. So I made note of, again, our visit on 12/6. I made note that she and her husband had called me on 12/9, and then I made note on the 13th. So I wasn't documenting all the MyChart messages, but just sort of my visit history with her and phone calls.
Okay. And so when you saw her in this virtual visit on December 13th, was she reporting improvement in her sleep?
Yes.
And how was she sleeping during that time period?
7 to 9 hours.
Okay. And that was holding at 200 on the Seroquel?
Correct.
And was she taking anything else daily?
Valium, 2.5, just once daily at night.
Okay. And while she reported sleeping better, she still had significant symptoms of depression, right?
Correct.
And what were the symptoms she articulated?
Hopelessness and, again, anhedonia, that feeling no pleasure, feeling numb.
Okay. And
Yeah, some of this gets a little dry, right? Like, I'm waiting now. Like, the ins and outs of this don't really matter as much for the prosecution. They should be skipping to the important parts for them that make it seem like, well, Lindsay wasn't helping herself. And Lindsay made these clear decisions. Or Lindsay was appearing to advocate for herself, right? This is what the prosecution should be doing. We're just putting our prosecution hat on. I don't like how they've run it. But you know what I like even less than how the prosecutions run it? All of the theories about Patrick online. And those are the ones that make me lose faith in humanity, and Shadow too, for that matter. And now people on Facebook and Instagram are asking me, Jared, when are you just going to admit that you're wrong? You're so narcissistic and stubborn and mule-headed. You can't just admit you're wrong. Patrick's guilty as sin. It's like, actually, there's more evidence that I'm correct than the evidence that you are correct, that Patrick is guilty. But they don't want to hear it. So many people have their minds made up. And if you want to see it, check out Annie Elise's video from yesterday about it. Her whole comment section turned on her. Quite troubling, actually.
She also kind of complained of that racing heartbeat, and that's tachycardia, right?
Yep, the orthostatic tachycardia. So I recommended holding a bit longer at 200 milligrams. At this juncture, she had been on 200 milligrams for 4 nights. I wanted to continue it for a full 7 nights. And then we were still discussing whether to taper benzos, and our plan was to kind of slowly phase them out at that point. So we were going to decrease from 2.5 milligrams daily to 2 milligrams for 7 days, and then we were going to reassess at our next visit in a week. I also provided psychoeducation about behavioral activation, CBT techniques to utilize for depression. I also recommended postpartum.net for support groups, and I reiterated that she consider a partial hospitalization.
That's what I wanted to hear.
And again,
Partial hospitalization. I mean, does that just mean an outpatient program? Better than nothing, but it sounds like an inpatient facility for longer than 5 days. Probably like a month. That's probably what I would have wanted. If these thoughts and things are not getting better, then you at least give her a timeout. Now, granted, that's not going to cure the underlying conditions unless they would determine them there. But, you know, I guess this is something for people to think about. If the traditional route is not working for you, what's the traditional route? Psychiatry, psychiatric nurse practitioners, prescription medications. Shadow and I are here to tell you there's alternatives. I'm a huge fan of supplementation. I'm a huge fan of sleep, diet, exercise, community, purpose and mission in life, goals. Like, granted, depending on where you are, it might sound silly to even mention those things. I fully understand that. You got to meet people where they're at. But that being said, I think supplements and things, there's a lot of natural things that you can do. Now, granted, not everyone's condition is going to be as mild as others. Some people will be more severe. Some people less severe. But we're a big advocate of that. It's really changed my life for the better. And we're all for whatever works for people, though, too. I don't really care what works. bottom line is, as long as it works. And that's what we saw with Lindsay. We didn't see anything that worked. That's ultimately the problem.
During this telehealth visit, you have these conversations with her, but you also do your mental status exam. You make observations of her, right?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
Brianna, that's a very good question. I'm going to be going over more of what I think Patrick could have done differently at a point. I mean, I don't think contrary to what online people are saying, oh, he must have been abusive, he must have been a narcissist. See those eyes, they remind me of Koberger eyes. Women who know he's gaslighting her behind the scenes. And to be honest, I'm just not seeing that. And people are telling me, Jared, I thought you were trauma informed. Jared, I thought you understood narcissism. I do. And I just don't see it here. I'll be the first one to call it out in Brian Hooker, Dr. Michael McKee, even Nick Reiner. But with Patrick here, I'm not seeing it. The most I think he's guilty of is maybe not being proactive enough in some cases. That's what he's guilty of. And granted, there's a lot of guys that could be guilty of that. The guys that are a little more easygoing, maybe passive. So like in this situation, he's working full time. I don't know what he did or didn't do. And that's the thing. Nobody really does. We know what Lindsay said in the diary. Oh, Patrick wakes up in the middle of the night to help out with the kids. And I'll tell you what, I mentioned that in one of my videos about it. And I mentioned so Lindsay doesn't have to. And they jumped on me and said, oh, why is it expected for the mother to do it? I'm like, well, I'm not even saying that's what Patrick said or how he sees it. That's what I said. They're just nitpicking how I said it. But again, he did it. Now, what else was he doing? I don't know. He seemed like he was trying. It seems like he was there. He was showing up to the sessions with her. It's like, what more did they want? I think ultimately it's just the fact that it happened is the biggest sin, right? Why did he let her be alone with her? And I think what happened was that last day was a great day. What happened was, I think Lindsay kind of deceived him into thinking that it was going better. And Patrick believed her. So sometimes you got to know when not to believe them, right? That can be a controversial thing to say. But again, maybe like I'm a big advocate for men providing positive masculine containment. That's when you treat the woman in your life, and anyone you love for that matter, you anticipate their needs and you try to take care of them and take the initiative. That's what separates the passive guys from the guys that women really feel safe, loved, and protected with. Imagine the pearl inside of an oyster type concept, right? And you take care of them. You fend for her, as Teal Swan would say. Now, was Patrick doing that? Maybe, but it's also probable that maybe he wasn't going that far. But also, not everyone is obsessed with this kind of stuff like I am. I'm obsessed with mental health. I'm obsessed with dating and relationships. I'm obsessed with narcissism and psychology. But I fully acknowledge not everybody is. So to hold Patrick to the standard that I know of probably wouldn't be fair. But what I'm also hearing women say, no, it's the man's responsibility to protect the kids. And there's no room for him to be imperfect or stressed or overwhelmed. And I would say, okay, I get it. I'm for men taking extreme ownership. But I just think hindsight's 20/20 too. I think in most cases it doesn't go off the rails like it did. This is more of a rare situation. But people are acting like it was obvious now. Oh, this was obvious. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was obvious she was struggling. But it wasn't obvious she was actually going to do this. There's a big difference. But people are saying, no, of course he never should have left her alone. He didn't do his job protecting the kids. Okay. At the end of the day, if the kids are dead, yeah, he didn't protect them. But what do we learn from this? Well, if someone's that poor off and they're not going to get inpatient treatment, then you got to send them to a friend or a family member's house is what I would say. What else do you do? But then what do you do if they refuse? Well, what say Patrick tries to get Lindsay to stay with her parents or a friend, and Lindsay says, no, I'm fine. What do you do? What do you do? Call the police? It becomes a tough situation. It's not easy. It's not as easy as a lot of people are making it out to be. Let's put it like that.
Signs of mania.
No.
Did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she articulate to you any suicidal ideation?
She had endorsed that she had had thoughts of it on the Edinburgh over the previous weeks, that she sometimes had thoughts of harming herself, but not at.
But Hartman says, did Patrick ever ask her, what do you need from me? Well, I've heard women criticize that. That woman, Dr. Sarah Orrick, she said, oh, you're putting the emphasis on Lindsay to know what she needs. The man should just know. That's what she said. And, you know, to an extent, I understand. But at the same point, you don't know everything, right? You can try. You can do what you can do. You do what you think is right. But what if you're wrong? What if you're wrong and you do the wrong thing, right? I just think ultimately people are judging Patrick unfairly. They're seeing things in hindsight. Hindsight's 2020. He might have been able to be a little more proactive, perhaps. But that's really it. Right? More of the maybe positive masculine containment. Because if you read Lindsay's journal, she said she felt like she had to take care of everyone. That's kind of a sign of what someone would say if they're not experiencing positive masculine containment. Those are the women that feel like they have to do it all, because if they don't, the man doesn't do it. But again, I don't know if that's really what was happening behind closed doors. And that's the issue. Nobody does. So all of the speculation, oh, he must be a toxic abuser or a psychopath, to me, it's very unfair and unfounded. And then they'll say, oh, he moved on too quickly. And I would say, well, you lost your entire family on the same day. That's going to leave quite the void behind. I think often men will handle that a little differently than a lot of women will. But I could see both. I mean, both people might try to date or do something just to maybe distract themselves or something. I don't know. Maybe they're lonely. Maybe they want companionship. They're human. So I don't judge him as harshly for that as some people are. I'm not really sure why they're harping on that part. Because again, I mean, if it was the woman moving on, you better believe a lot of the same women criticizing Patrick would be excusing Lindsay's behavior. And they say, well, what do you expect? Lindsay's human. Lindsay's lonely. She just lost her whole family. What do you expect? So it's that hypocrisy, the double standard that's annoying to me. And that's ultimately Shadow and I's biggest problem with this whole thing, is so many people giving Patrick the least charitable interpretation of everything he says and does, while giving Lindsay the most charitable interpretation of everything she says and does. And honestly, for both of them, they're both human. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But to even say that, you're going to get criticized in this day and age. And the people tell me, Jared, you must be blind. You must not know covert narcissism when you see it. I'm like, all right. I've only been talking about it for years. But sure, I don't know. Yours truly doesn't know, apparently.
That visit.
Okay. And would that have been something you'd follow up on? Would that statement from the Edinburgh? Or
Objection. Would that be something you'd follow up on?
No, I'll allow that.
So just to clarify, so again, the Edinburgh,
After coming from the witness, Judge, I'm sorry.
Objection overruled. Next question.
the Edinburgh is over the previous 7 days. So she had that thought sometimes when I asked her, are you currently having SI? It was no during the visit.
okay. And it just was the response sometimes.
Yes.
And so did you ask further in your interaction with her on that day on the 13th about whether she was experiencing suicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she say she was?
No.
Did she indicate whether she had any plan or intent?
No.
And as far as intrusive thoughts, did she speak about intrusive thoughts during that meeting?
No.
Did she tell you she was having horrible thoughts?
No.
She had previously used that terminology in your MyChart exchanges, correct? At some point?
I do remember the intrusive thoughts that she would mention. Intrusive thoughts. I don't recall horrible thoughts
Okay.
in the MyChart messages.
As far as the intrusive thoughts, were they things that you followed up on in your telehealth or in-person visits? And was she able to articulate to you?
Yes. Yes or no. Sorry.
I will say, Sweet Caroline, it is depressing. Like, especially on my Instagram. I know on Instagram, it's the most tribal. And people are a little more on the gender war spectrum of things on Instagram. At least the people that follow me. So they're the most disappointed with me. That I've had an even-keeled perspective. They think I'm kind of betraying the community, like I've let them down. I've let them down because I don't see Patrick as a narcissist. On Facebook, at least, people are a little more reasonable than that, for the most part. But it is disappointing. It's disappointing that it's all it takes. All it takes is one thing like this, and all of a sudden, nope, you must be clueless. I think, though, they're the ones that are going to be eating crow. It's just a matter of when. Or maybe they'll never give it up. And they'll just say, nope, they convicted, or the wrong person was on trial. Maybe that's what they'll say. But that's why I appreciate the flock of black sheep, because people aren't like that here. And people can disagree here, clearly. And that's not a problem. But what these people are doing that I'm talking about, Teresa's seen them, Songbits has seen them. Even Sweet Caroline's seen them on the channel here too. But they go off the rocker. And it's actually scary that so many people can get swept away in it. That's how easy it is. They get swept away in the fallacies. And then they stack the fallacies on top of one another. And honestly, this is the biggest part. The people that are so convinced it's Patrick, the way they're acting when someone disagrees with them, that's the narcissistic reaction, to be honest. And oh my goodness, if I ever were to say that on Instagram in particular, they would crucify me. But it's also true. I'm like, oh my goodness, these people that go off the handle like that, I'm like, oh my God, that's a red flag. But then they would retort with, no, Jared, you're the red flag for not seeing Patrick.
Was she able to articulate to you what types of thoughts she was having?
Yes.
What were they?
Intrusive suicidal thoughts.
So thoughts of harming herself or just wanting to die?
Thoughts of wanting to die.
At any point, did she ever indicate to you thoughts of wanting to harm her children?
No.
So at the conclusion of this visit on December 13th, what was the plan?
The plan was to continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
Okay. And again, in this December 13th meeting, did you also indicate to her that she should engage with other services like support groups or partial hospitalization programs or CBT?
I did.
Do you recall whether you received any MyChart messages from her after that visit on the 13th?
I did.
So
I actually sent her a message on the 13th.
okay. So on the 13th, you meet with her at 10:30. At 2:27, you sent her a message. Why?
I wanted to send along some more ideas and information on what she could do to help herself feel better.
Because even though she was reporting sleeping better, she was still presenting with these depressed symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And so in the message you sent her on December 13th, it's actually a fairly lengthy message that talks a lot about cognitive behavioral therapy, right?
Yes.
And the benefits of it, and sends encouraging words.
Yes.
Does she respond to you on the 13th?
No.
The next contact you have with her is that in a MyChart message on December 16th.
Yes.
And December 16th, 12:50 p.m.
Oh, no, I apologize. The next contact with her, there was a telephone call on December 15th.
Okay. Was it with you or was it with a nurse?
It was with me and her husband and Lindsay.
Okay. Sorry about that. So December 15th at 3:53 p.m., you have a phone call with them. And what did they report to you in this phone call? What does Lindsay report?
They informed this has been the worst day for Lindsay, is having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide, no active plan. But both Lindsay and Patrick agree that higher level of care may be necessary at this time. Discussed options, they state they are likely to go to MGH ED as they have perinatal psychiatry as well as an inpatient psychiatric unit. Lindsay also deciding about McLean. This writer advised that they keep us posted and sign a ROI, release of information, so that we can communicate with treatment providers at higher level of care. Lindsay verbalized understanding and agreement.
So on this phone call that you had with them on 12:15, what prompted the recommendation that they go to the emergency department?
Again, they had described it as the worst day and was having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide. And they were at the point where they were ready to get assessed for a higher level of care.
And was this different than some of the other communications that you've had with, or that you had with Lindsay Clancy over the course of the weeks?
I would say so.
Okay. And so you talked to them about the process of going to the emergency department and the potential for going to McLean for inpatient?
I recall advising them that if they were to go to their nearest ER, which would either be BI Plymouth or South Shore Health, the process would be that they would get evaluated, but if they were determined to need to go to a higher level of care or an inpatient psych, those facilities did not have inpatient psych units. So they may be sitting there waiting for a bed at any first opening in the state, which could be, up in Amesbury or Newburyport. But that if they were to go somewhere like MGH has a unit called Blake 11, which is a psychiatry unit, and oftentimes they prioritize admissions from their own emergency department. MGH and McLean are also combined under the umbrella of what's now MGB. So sometimes if somebody presents to MGH ED and there's no beds at Blake 11, they might reach out to McLean and try to get them in to McLean.
So you communicated all of this information to them to kind of give them options on what the best course might be to get inpatient.
Yes, I summarized it in my note, but that's my recollection of the phone call.
Okay. And you're aware that that Ms. Clancy had been employed at Mass General as a labor and delivery nurse?
I was.
So they were familiar with that facility.
So I did ask, would you be comfortable with that? And they were.
And so, to your knowledge, after this conversation, did they go to the Mass General Emergency Department on December 15th?
They did.
And so then you were able to communicate with Lindsay via MyChart that next day on December 16th, correct?
She reached out to me on December 16th via MyChart, yes.
And she indicated to you on December 16th at 12:50 that she, after visiting the ER yesterday, I opted to remain outpatient and pursue the partial program at Women and Infants. And Women and Infants, that had been the program that you had previously recommended in Rhode Island, correct?
Correct.
She indicates, I'm waiting on a call back for them to schedule. In the meantime, I want to know how to proceed with my meds. Do you still recommend the 2 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel nightly? Again, it's making me sleep well, but still not improving my mood. So I will need a refill on those meds. Please let me know. So in this particular message, she indicates to you that she was waiting to schedule with women and infants, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that prior to that Letitia Dukes had already initiated the referral process for women and infants?
Yes.
And so on this particular message, she's kind of updating you, but also asking you if she should stay on the same track for her medication.
Yes.
And what was your response? So December 16th at 1:14.
All right, I think we've gotten the gist pretty much here of Jollotta. Let's see if there's anything else, like concluding thoughts on her treatment, right? Let's see. Because after this is Reddington's Cross.
The CBT therapist in Duxbury. My other therapist does have appointments this and next week, so I can follow up with her too. How would you recommend starting the taper? I will need smaller pills, as the ones I have now are all 300 milligrams. Right? That's her response?
Yes, she says her other psychiatrist does have appointments.
Okay. And in the meantime, she had also sent an email to the clinic. Are you aware?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she spoke with the nurse at some point on the 21st?
Yes, I asked my nurse to call to, again, go over the risks of tapering, which could include worsening of mood, worsening of sleep.
So it seems like they've gotten nowhere. Like, okay, Jollotta tried, but it looks like they just got nowhere. They're still talking about the same things they were in the very beginning. Tapering, medicines, like no improvement. Let's skip to Kevin Reddington. There he is.
I have the medical records from Women and Infants Hospital. I thought I offered that as an exhibit, but it's only marked for ID, so can I offer that now?
Come with any objection?
I have that we did mark them as Exhibit 220.
Yeah, I don't, this just says Exhibit F, though. That's why I usually...
The other good thing is Reddington is actually a more entertaining speaker. He's more engaging and enthusiastic. And as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, nothing great can be accomplished without enthusiasm. Shadow likes that one too. So, you listen to Reddington versus the prosecution, there's just not passion. There's no passion for the spirit of the thing. Compare that in contrast to maybe what a Matt Murphy closing would sound like, or an opening, or Cross by Matt Murphy. Completely different ball game, right? Now, granted, not everyone can be a Matt Murphy. Shadow and I are fully aware of that. By the way, we're trying to get Matt Murphy back on the show. I'd love to talk to him about this case.
Up on those things.
There was another smaller packet that's not in a binder that council offered yesterday that's been marked as Exhibit 220.
There, it's up there.
Okay. All right, why don't we keep that marked for identification? If for some reason there's something different between Exhibit 220 and the identification, we could enter it. Okay. All right, if you need to offer anything additional, just let me know.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Don. The other thing, Your Honor, that what I would ask is that there has been a lot of reference to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual 5-TR, especially as it relates to bipolar and related disorders. There's not an awful lot, but there's like probably 15 pages of single-space typing, and it'd be really hard for people to absorb it. I'd like to offer that section of the DSM just as an exhibit, so if somebody wanted to look at it, they could.
I would object. We have witnesses to testify about that.
All right.
All right.
Why don't we mark that for identification? I guess
That's my book, though. I need it.
I don't want to take away your book. But why don't we can readdress that.
Okay, sure. Yep.
In regards to that, and if we're going to do it, it would just be portions of the
Yes, it would only be
DSM-5.
that one section.
But we'll see. Well, I'll give the Commonwealth the opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you. So you, in the course of your employment at the South Shore Health, is it?
Yes.
How many times did Lindsay meet with you?
Meet with me was 3.
And how many times did she meet with, does that include medical?
Yes, I saw her twice, telehealth once in person.
And do you know how many times that, you know that she had a psychiatrist that had been treating her since end of September, early October, right?
I knew that she had a psychiatrist that treated her in September.
And who was that?
Dr. Tufts.
And did you know
This is big here. I want to know what she knew.
that she continued to see Dr. Tufts through October, November, December, the same time that she was reaching out to you guys for help too?
I was aware she took the Zoloft in October. I was not aware she was still seeing Dr. Tufts in November. And I knew she called her in December.
You would agree with me that young woman came to you people for help, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she was very, very forthright. In other words, if you wanted her to sign a HIPAA form, she'd sign it, right?
Right.
And she would answer your questions to your perspective in an honest fashion.
Yes.
She didn't really hide anything.
Nope.
She told you all about the medications that she had been on and her fears and concerns about the medications, right?
Correct.
She described for you, as District Attorney brought out, what she felt her symptomology was, including suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, feeling heavy, lethargic, you can't get out of bed, all of that stuff, right? Correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that you had left us with towards the end of your testimony is the fact that you were very willing, if you will, to work in tandem with other providers. In other words, you were concerned about being able to get information from other providers that had been dealing with her, treating her, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you talk to Tufts?
No.
Did you ever get access to Tufts' medical records?
No.
Do you know how many times she saw Dr. Tufts?
I do not.
Would it surprise you if I told you that she saw Dr. Tufts 14 times in the time frame of October, or the end of September, October, November, December, and then January, 4 months?
Yes.
And that's 14 times plus the 3 that she saw you. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's 17 times that this young lady had access to healthcare providers for her mental health issues, correct?
Correct.
And that would be within a compressed period of time. I know it's the last week, I believe, in September, but October, November, December, and then January, right?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you're aware that she was provided many, many, many prescriptions for antipsychotics, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, benzodiazepines, all of that, right?
I'm aware she was prescribed other medications.
She was what?
Prescribed other medications.
Did you ask what other medications there were?
Yes.
And did she tell you?
Yes.
Did she tell you who prescribed them?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to get a list from CVS, right?
Yes.
And did you have any difficulty determining who was providing the prescriptions for all of these medications?
No.
And did you know that, in fact, it was Jennifer Tufts that prescribed the sertraline, September 15th of 2022, 30 count, 25 milligrams, was Jennifer Tufts. You knew that?
I did.
You know that Jennifer Tufts on October 21st, 7 count of lorazepam. You know that?
I did.
And 5 days later, Jennifer Tufts prescribed on October 26th hydroxyzine, 25 milligrams with a 30 count. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know that on the same day, Tufts prescribed 30 count of lorazepam? Did you know that?
I would have known that, yes, checking the PMP. For controlled substances, yes.
You do recall that you checked with it?
Yes.
When you download that information?
So that's good to know. So the PMP, that makes sense. So there's a mechanism to check. So what are controlled substances? Painkillers, probably things like Adderall, Vyvanse, benzos, things along those lines. So, okay, there is a mechanism in place to not let that happen, which is good. But at the same point, these other medications can be pretty powerful as well.
Information and kind of put it in the file, save the file?
No,
So is this your memory that you believe that you checked with PMP?
I do routinely check the PMP.
You might routinely check, but did you check?
Yes, yes, I did.
Don't download it, you don't keep it with the medical records, right?
It's a box you can click in the medical record and you can check that you reviewed it.
Okay. Is it in your medical record that you reviewed it?
I'm not sure how it would have gotten printed out. It doesn't like go into my note, but it is a box that I would have
Perhaps in a
checked it.
box in the computer?
Yes.
Okay. October 26, buspirone, 5 milligrams, 30 count, same day by Tufts. You knew that?
Buspirone.
Yeah.
I was not sure that it was Dr. Tufts that had recommended the buspirone.
Okay, so if I suggest to you that the prescriptions that we have in evidence in the chart indicates that on October 26, Dr. Tufts prescribed a 30 count of buspirone, would that either refresh your memory or would you accept that as being a medical history?
I would accept that.
And what is buspirone?
It is a medication used to treat anxiety.
Okay, and lorazepam, what is that?
Benzodiazepine.
And hydroxyzine, what is that?
It is an antihistamine medication.
And lorazepam, again, prescribed on October 21st as well as 26th by Tufts. That's the
So B, I agree with that. I mean, Jollotta did try. I honestly think she's more like, I don't think victim is the right word, but just a product of her training. In her training, they probably don't talk as much about taking the step back and doing the holistic approach. Now, as I heard on Facebook, some psychiatrists do that. And Shadow and I give that a big thumbs up. They should be doing that. But I wonder, does it depend on the school? Does it depend on the curriculum? Is there a nationwide standard that Big Pharma and the FDA force them to adhere to? I'm not exactly sure. But what is in the curriculum? Because if they're going by the book, they could be doing the best thing by their book. But what's not in their book? Oh, things about the thyroid maybe? Things about the HPA axis? Other holistic things? Maybe that's not even in their book. But granted, they could have a huge impact on your mental health. And they can have a huge impact on postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So in a way, it's more a problem of the curriculum, perhaps, provided, of course, they don't teach about these things in their curriculum. So I would criticize that, I would say. Why isn't the full body approach why isn't that in the curriculum? I've heard the other professionals say, well, the head doctor, the psychiatrist, they're not supposed to know about the other parts of the body. And I would say, but why not? The body absolutely impacts mental health. Organs impact mental health. 90 to 95% of your serotonin is produced in the gut, the gastrointestinal tract. Why do you think there's the body-gut connection? Or mind-gut connection, whatever you want to call it. Because it's a thing. Thyroid, that impacts your mental health. Hormones impact your mental health. So to me, it's a mistake to leave out those things. It shouldn't be left out. And again, maybe there are some curriculums that do have it. I don't know. Because some psychiatrists do seem to do it. But certainly not all of them. I'd like to see all of them do it. I'm sure Big Pharma wouldn't like it though. Or maybe Big Pharma would try to make sure they have prescription drug alternatives to get your thyroid functioning properly. I'm sure they've done the same thing with like testosterone, right? That's probably Big Pharma's found a way to get money from testosterone, TRT.
Same thing you just told us what lorazepam is, right?
Yes.
Sertraline, of course, is Prozac, is that right?
Zoloft.
Zoloft, Prozac, they're both SSRIs, right?
Yes.
So from October 21st up through November 9th, she was prescribed all of this group of drugs until she saw a Kayvon Izadapana, Izadpanah. Do you know who that person is?
They work in the emergency department at South Shore Health?
All right. And that would have been on November 16th when she went into the emergency department, right?
Yes.
Prescribed trazodone, 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And then she started to consult with your clinic around the 25th of November. That would be around Thanksgiving.
Another sidebar by Judge Shadow. The Honorable Shadow says, sidebar, calling a sidebar for the flock of black sheep. I was a guinea pig on myself with my supplement routine, and you'd be surprised the kind of things that really helped me. I take 2 different probiotics, and they really helped me. And it's something that you never would have thought. You would, oh, probiotic, what would that do? Well, when you remember 90 to 95% of your serotonin is produced in the gut, well, I have a feeling that's part of it. I take 2 of them. And some of my mental health routine, I got lucky finding. And that's not lost on me either. There's some luck in my story. So I think part of what I try to do is share what worked for me, because some of the stuff that ended up working, I wasn't even looking for. But there were clues as well. Like I take D-L-phenylalanine, and that's an ingredient in diet soda. I noticed that I would like the effects of diet soda, and I wondered why. And I was like, oh, look at the ingredients. D-L-phenylalanine. That's an amino acid, and it helps your neurotransmitters. So I take it, and it helps me. So I always tell people, pay attention to the clues. Like there's clues. There's clues of altered hormones. There's clues if you're a man of low testosterone. There's clues of low serotonin, low norepinephrine, low dopamine, low GABA. There's clues about thyroid functioning. And then you also have to consider the spiritual component. And I say spiritual, what I mean is just the parts that impacts you. I can't find a better word than I guess emotionally could fit here too. But do you have friends? Do you have a loving support system? Those things matter as well. So the mental health picture, there is, like a la carte doesn't work. It's all interconnected. You can't pull one piece and then expect that one piece to be enough. Medications usually are a piece of the puzzle, or they can be a piece of the puzzle, but they're not the only piece. Very rarely are they the only piece. It can be a piece of a successful routine, but that seems to me what they're missing here. They're acting like, oh, the medication's going to be the only piece.
So correct?
I
November 25?
I believe her first visit with Julia was November 21st.
Okay.
So
What I'm saying is that it was around that time in November that she started to consult with your clinic, correct?
correct.
You know that she was referred to your clinic by her mother-in-law, Pat's mother, who was a labor and delivery nurse.
Yes, I am aware.
Referred her to Julie Paul, who kind of stepped in for a very short period of time to try to help out, right?
Yes.
And then Julie left, went to New Hampshire to continue her work, and you picked up on November 30th of 22, is that right?
November 29th.
On November 30th of 22, you wrote a script for quercetin, 30 count, is that right?
Yes.
And what is quercetin?
Seroquel.
You also, a week later, wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next day, you wrote a script for, December 6th, you wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, you wrote a script for diazepam 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, again, you wrote a script for quietapine, 30 count, right?
I would need to check my.
You can look at anything you want. If
Okay.
you have your records, feel free, please.
Okay. You said
Yeah, it would be
December.
December 7th. I'm looking at quietapine, 30 count, 100 milligrams.
I don't believe it was a 30 count of 100 milligrams.
Do you remember writing quietapine script for 100 milligrams?
I do. I believe the quantity was 22.
22, okay. So on December 7th of 22, you wrote a script for quietapine, and forgive me, I'm sorry, what is that again?
Seroquel.
Seroquel, for 100 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And why did you write the script on November 30th for quietapine, 25 milligrams, and then about a week later increase it to 100 milligrams?
On November 30th, I had anticipated utilizing it over a 4-week course of treatment for sleep and anxiety. But her clinical symptoms, presentations changed, and we opted to use it for mood stabilization.
And who's we?
Me.
Okay. and
We is me.
were you working with anybody else, any psychiatrists or anybody?
No.
So when a person comes to your clinic as a woman who has recently had a baby or is within that postpartum range of time and presents with the symptomology that she presented, is that something that would give you cause for concern? Suicidal ideation?
I in no way want to minimize what Lindsay experienced, but it's common for us to treat.
It's common to treat women in that
Yes.
fashion that are
that are
postpartum?
Postpartum who may have suicide. Oh,
Keeps cutting off the witness before she gives an answer. May she complete her answer?
Sure. As I've said before, let's only talk one at a time. You finish your answer, and then we'll go to the question.
Go ahead.
her symptoms were serious, and it's not uncommon for me to treat women with serious symptoms in the postpartum period.
Okay. 2 days later, you prescribed 8 count, 5 milligrams of diazepam. Is that right?
2 days from December 7th?
Yeah, it was December 9th.
December 9th. Yes.
4 days later, you prescribed more diazepam. Is that correct? December 13th?
Correct. That would have been 2 milligrams?
Yes. And then jump ahead to December 19th, you prescribed 14 count, 2 milligrams of diazepam. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then December 19th, you prescribed 300 milligrams of quetiapine, 30 count, right?
Correct.
And that was on December 19th. 3 days later, on December 21st, you prescribed additional quetiapine, 100 milligrams, 14 count, right?
Correct.
And then 1 day later, you prescribed more quetiapine, 25 milligrams of 14 count, right?
Correct.
As far as your prescriptions continued on, if we can jump ahead, you continued to treat her, and on January 13th, you prescribed 2 milligrams of diazepam, 7 count, right? That would be on January 13th?
I did not prescribe that on January 13th.
All right, if I suggest to you that Rebecca Jollotta has a script for January 13th of diazepam, that doesn't refresh your memory?
Would it have been a script that I had sent previously that hadn't been filled at the original date?
Well, I believe the records would indicate that. We'll make a note of it. January 13th, diazepam. How about January 16th? Do you recall prescribing diazepam to her, 2 milligrams, 3 count?
No.
Diazepam on the 19th of January, 2 milligrams, 14 count.
No.
No?
So where is this coming from? Where are these benzos coming from, if not from Jollotta?
You're not able to prescribe medications, somebody else can't use your name, right?
Right.
Okay. And you have the DEA license to prescribe medications, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you went through was a lot of, obviously, it's a little confusing with the names of the various drugs, and the district attorney said to you blithely, she said, well, she's a nurse, so she knows what those drug names mean. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Yeah. And you just said yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're assuming that a woman who gets her RN at the age of 24 in a one-year program and then works for 7 years as a labor and delivery nurse is familiar with these names and what they are, what drugs they are?
She seemed to be familiar with them. Yes, she understood.
Right. Did you know that she was Googling 60, 70, 100 times a night what benzodiazepines are, what Seroquel is, what all of these medications are?
I did not know that.
Did you ever ask her where she acquired what appeared to be, apparently to you, her ability to know what these medications are?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, you wouldn't know the medications that a labor and delivery nurse uses when they're helping a woman who's giving birth, would you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. In any event, one of the things that you left us with is the fact that you were very, I think the word was invested in Lindsay Clancy and were concerned about her treatment, right?
Correct.
You knew that she had gone to the Rhode Island program for Women and Infants Center, Behavioral Health Day Program in Providence, Rhode Island. You knew that, right?
I did.
And you basically gave her the referral. You didn't make the referral. I think it was Latasha Dukes that might have done that.
Correct.
So you were aware of the fact that a recommendation was made to Lindsay that she reach out to someone else for help, right?
Lindsay made me aware of that, yes.
And she needed help, didn't she?
Yes.
And she went to Women's and Infants Hospital on December 20th, right?
She did.
And was she treated at Women and Infants?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I wouldn't want to speculate or assume, but it seemed to be her intake appointment.
Or what?
Her intake appointment?
Okay. So without assuming or speculating, you referred her to this provider, right?
Yes.
So you have this woman who you know has been seeing Dr. Tufts, a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
You knew that. You didn't get access to Tufts records. You didn't know what Tufts was doing, but you knew that for a period of time before she saw you, she was dealing with a psychiatrist, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was a woman who had just given birth like 5 months ago, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was obviously in trouble. She was sick, right?
Yes.
You told us that she was suffering from, and your words were, a mental health illness that was very real. And you told her that this will get better. And that was in December of 2022.
Yes.
So when you referred her needing help to this Women's and Infants program in Rhode Island, and she went because that's what she was told to do, what happened at Women and Infants program?
I can't speak to what happened at Women and Infants
Why not?
because I was not a part of that assessment.
What does that mean?
I did not see the assessment, and I did not speak with Dr. Diaz.
Why?
Lindsay had informed me that she was going to be at the program for 2 weeks.
She was hoping to be at the program for 2 weeks, right?
She told me she was going to be at the program for 2 weeks.
But she was turned away after about 8 hours of sitting there in an assessment and sitting in a group session. And she was turned away because of their concern that she was suffering from, well, let me ask you, what was their diagnosis?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever find out?
I have not.
Does it matter to you as a treating person that I think your words were is invested in Lindsay Clancy's care at that time? Did it matter to you why she didn't get accepted into the program?
It did.
Why was it?
I do not know their diagnosis.
Did you know that she had been diagnosed? You have different diagnoses, right? Like general anxiety disorder or general anxiety, GAD, and then you have, is it a differential? Is that what it's called? Mm-hmm. What does that
Yes. It means a differential in medicine could be patient comes in with a cough. What are your differentials? Differential might be bronchitis, pneumonia, strep throat. So it's different things, different diagnoses you consider.
Did you know that, in fact, they wouldn't accept her into the postpartum program because of their concern that she had been over-medicated by drugs, and they wanted to find out?
I can't speak to that.
Did you know that she was diagnosed as diagnosis depression due to adverse drug effects?
I cannot speak to that.
Do you know, invested as you were, that on December, strike that, on December 20th, the very same day that she had finished being evaluated, woman you were invested in, had been evaluated by Dr. Diaz that you recommended or you mentioned, that in fact, looking at the exhibit, that they recommended tapering Seroquel, starting 200 milligrams tonight, follow up with outpatient provider of note. We attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Jollotta, but did not receive a call back.
I never received a call from Women and Infants.
So this medical record from Women and Infants saying that they called Rebecca Jollotta and never got a call back, your memory is that they never called you?
They never called me. I absolutely would have called them back.
Okay.
So what do you think that is? Did Jollotta drop the ball there and she just didn't listen to maybe a voicemail? Or did that other program drop the ball and call the wrong person? Which do you think? Type 1 in the chat if you think it was Jollotta that dropped the ball and is playing dumb now. Or press 2 if you think the other people that wrote that in their records, maybe they messed it up somehow. Which one do you think it is?
Well, regardless, you never talked to anybody from Women and Infants, did you? Whether they called you or whether you reached out to them being invested.
I did not. I know our program re-referred her a few days later.
I'm going to offer this now, Your Honor. I think just to make sure.
It's already in it.
Yeah, I know. Let's just,
Mark,
it's just different pages.
yeah, well, I'll allow, we'll keep it as an exhibit for identification. You can double check, make sure the pages that have been referred here are contained within, is it exhibit?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, is she obligated to call back? I mean, you would hope if these people want to have a record or they want to talk to you about a client you're seeing, you would hope they would want to call back, even if they're not obligated to call back. How about that? You care about your patient. You want to try to help them to the best of your ability. Sure, not obligated, but I would sure hope I'm seeing a psychiatric nurse practitioner that would want to do that. That would want to call them back. That's just Shadow and I's opinion.
220?
Yep.
And if not, then we can admit the second.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is a takeaway from your treatment of Lindsay is that she was, I think your words were that she was scared and thought that starting these drugs, the drugs, it was scary, were her words, right?
Yes.
And at no time did it occur to you that Lindsay was doctor shopping or trying to get drugs. She was trying to basically get off drugs, right?
Correct.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that the Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts book is something that you guys would give out to women when they would come into your program.
Yes.
And hopefully it would be a good source for them to read things and maybe get some comfort from it, right?
Yes.
This is not, in your opinion, something that is indicative of like being a smoking gun.
No.
Police officer would seize it and the search warrant is,
No.
this is something you guys provide people to just help them out, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, B made a good point, though, that she did text her in the middle of the night and things. So she's putting effort in that way. It's possible, like I said, it's possible that she just never got it. Maybe they called and didn't leave a voicemail. I don't know. I mean, those things are possible, too.
And just a couple of things. So on November 17th, she had an office visit with you. Is that correct?
Not on November 17th.
Okay. And you are South Shore Medical Center, right?
Yes, that may have been her PCP.
Okay. Is that her PCP? Is that a person that would be under the umbrella of the South Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
Would that be Kimberly Tocchio?
Yes.
Okay. So you must have read Kimberly Tocchio's records, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
And you know that she was seen, record indicates that she was seen by a psychiatrist, and this would be November 17th, note, started Zoloft 25, which was then increased to 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And she took the Zoloft, 50 milligrams, for one night and was unable to sleep and was discontinued because of the effect that it had on her, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had mentioned is that it's important to determine, and you did have thoughts of possibility that she was bipolar. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that is contraindicated to someone who does suffer from bipolar, whether it's 1 or bipolar 2, is that you do not place them on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor drug, such as Prozac or Zoloft, right?
Correct.
Because it can have an effect.
So it seems like Lindsay was prescribed Zoloft separately twice. Once from Dr. Tufts, and then another time from Jollotta? I guess that's what Reddington is talking about here, right? And what I would want to know is, Lindsay said she didn't like the Zoloft when Tufts was giving it to her. So I wonder what would make her go back.
On them, isn't that right?
Correct.
And what's the effect it can have on them?
It can cause what we consider rapid cycling, meaning you can swing from mania symptoms to depression symptoms relatively rapidly.
On November 21st, did she have a meeting with you all? If you recall, looking at the records, did she meet with Julie Paul? If you know?
Yes.
Okay. And she gave Julie a history of what she had been going through. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that history and in her talks with Julie, she had disclosed the fact that one of the things that she did in November was took a marijuana gummy, one gummy, to try to sleep, right?
Correct.
And again, her medical tests, blood tests, urine tests, everything showed that she had no alcohol, no THC, nothing on board, but she still disclosed the fact that to try to get some sleep, she took one gummy in November, right?
Yes.
So again, she's reporting, trying to be honest with you people as.
Now remember, there's a big difference between a CBD gummy and a true edible that is full-blown THC. I think those are two different things.
Provider, correct?
Yes.
And the scales that counsel asked you about, you were talking about the depression scale, you were talking about the Edinburgh scale, and I think we all know that the Edinburgh scale is geared for an evaluation of a person, of a woman who is in that postpartum period, and you evaluate whether or not they are, as a result of being postpartum, severely depressed, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that at some point her Edinburgh scale was initially, what was it, 15, 17, if you know?
Initially at my visit, my first initial with her,
Yeah, what was her Edinburgh scale the first time you saw her?
17,
Okay. And that would be moderate?
moderate.
Okay. And then she had another Edinburgh scale after that, correct?
Correct.
And when was that, if you know?
December 6th.
And what is EPDS? What does that mean?
Edinburgh postpartum depression scale.
All right, so would you look at November 21st?
Well, +1 for actually giving the scale. Credit where credit's due. She gave the scale. Dr. Tufts never did.
Please, which
McLean Hospital never did either.
would be, so November 21st, she was administered a Edinburgh test, right?
On the 21st, that would have been at Julie's appointment. I don't have that in front of me.
If I told you that, well, on November 21st, it's a short period of time after November 17th, did they, whether it was Julie or somebody else, administer an Edinburgh test to her?
Yes,
And what was the result?
23.
That's severely depressed, isn't it?
Yes,
So in like 6 days, she decompensated from Edinburgh scale 17 to Edinburgh scale 23, right?
so she was 23 on November 21st
Right.
and 17 on November 29th.
Okay. So when you see a patient that's come to you and has an Edinburgh scale of 23 and an Edinburgh scale a couple of days later, that would be, what was it?
17.
And what was it when you first saw it? You referenced it before, 17?
17.
Yeah. That's still pretty high, isn't it?
It's high, yes.
Would that give you pause in conjunction with the symptomology that she's referring to and self-reporting, what she's feeling? I mean, the fact that she has a 23 on the Edinburgh scale, which is very high, and then followed up a couple of days later by a 17, taken in conjunction with what she was saying her symptoms were. That's of a concern, isn't it?
Yes,
So on November 20th, which would be the day before, that Edinburgh scale of 23, and the jury will have access to all these records, she was reporting struggling with postpartum anxiety, right?
I can't speak to
Okay,
that.
that's fair enough. We'll go to when you treated her.
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review Julie's notes at all?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
And when was the first time that you actually met with Lindsay?
November 29th.
Okay. Which would have been after Thanksgiving, obviously, right?
Yes,
And you would have reviewed the records up to that point, right?
yes,
So one of the things that you would have reviewed was what she had indicated or reported to Nicole Harden Francis. Do you know her?
yes.
And who is Nicole Harden Francis?
She's the nurse at our program.
All right, and this would be on November 28th that she was speaking with Nicole, the nurse. You read the report before you met with Lindsay on the 29th, right?
Right,
So you knew that she had been reporting panic symptoms, that she was disoriented, that she was forgetful, that she was not connected to her body. Is what she told her, right?
I would have to review that just to,
Not connected to her body sounds like a dissociative state to me. Or depersonalization.
be accurate.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that symptomology of mania, especially when incurred or encountered by a woman within the postpartum period, that's one of the symptoms, is being disoriented, right?
Not necessarily.
How about maybe a little bit?
Could be confused if you're manic.
Yeah. How about forgetful? That's an issue, isn't it?
Not necessarily a symptom of mania.
Okay. How about not connected to her body? What does that mean?
I'm not sure what that means.
So if you have a patient who's coming to see you, who's indicated the day before that she has the panic symptoms, disoriented, forgetful, not connected to her body, wouldn't you ask her what she meant by that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her on November 29th, you diagnosed that she had postpartum anxiety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adjustment insomnia, right?
Correct.
And when you met with her, you noted that over the last 2 weeks, you asked her about how she had been feeling, and she said she was feeling nervous, anxious, and on edge. She said nearly every day, right? That's November 29th. That would be under screenings.
Yes, she was.
I would give you a page number, but they don't give us page numbers. She told you, and you can pull it up if you have it there, that she was not able to stop or control worrying, and that had been for several days at least, right?
Correct.
And she was worrying and stressing about things, worrying about different things every day, right?
Nearly every day, yes.
Couldn't relax nearly every day. This is a questionnaire form that you have, right?
Yes.
Being so restless nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Asked if she was annoyed or irritable, and she said not at all, sure, like she didn't believe that she was a person that would be irritable or angry with people, right?
Yes.
And then feeling afraid as if something awful might happen, and she got that GAD-7 score of 14, is that correct?
Correct.
So what does a GAD score of 14 tell you on November 29th?
Moderate anxiety.
And then you ask about in the last 7 days, trying to get a history. She denied, definitely not so much now, that she was able to laugh or see the funny side of things, right?
Right.
And that she was asked, is she looking forward with enjoyment to things? And she responded, hardly at all, right?
Yes.
Blaming herself when things go wrong, she says, yeah, some of the time. Yep.
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason, yes, correct?
Yes.
Scared and panicky for no good reason, yes, correct?
Yes.
Then they asked if she felt sad or miserable, if she was a miserable person, and she said, no, not at all, right?
Right.
Did she indicate that on that date, you gave her the EPDS Edinburgh test, and she had an Edinburgh score, as we said, of 17, right?
Yes.
All right. And then the medications that you prescribed to her, we've already got an evidence. The jury will be able to look at the actual scripts in the exhibit without going through every single day. The next time you saw her was November 30th, is that right?
I messaged with her on November 30th, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that if you're not sleeping well with Valium, no need to continue it. I'll prescribe a short taper. And you went on about tapering and 5 milligrams of Valium to 2.5 milligrams and no benzos. And
That was not on November 30th.
okay. Does it say on the record, are you looking where it says patient message in the perinatal behavioral health program of South Shore Health, November 30, 2022?
Yes, I'm looking at the messages.
Okay. So is it a different date that you sent that message? It says November 30th on it, right? I just don't know internally if you guys have different.
Oh, I understand. Oh, at the top it says November 30th.
Yeah.
More specific, it'll say
Okay.
the dates, but the header will say November 30th, so I understand.
Okay. And basically, you indicated that you were going to send along information about bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, which actually would be what's known as a bipolar spectrum disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, that was on December 7th.
Okay, but it's underneath November 30th, so forgive me for looking at it that way.
Yeah, I don't know why I
That's
printed
all right,
it.
no problem. So one of the things with the mania that you refer to and that you talk about is excessive activity, is that it? Excessive cleaning sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
Excessive exercise.
Sometimes.
Did you know that after she had Callan, that within a matter of a couple of weeks, that she ran a 5K?
No, I did not know that.
And that nobody wanted her to, including Pat, but she just had to get out there and run and did.
Objection.
Overruled.
You know that?
I did not.
Is that something that would be important to know? I mean, as far as whether or not a person is in that manic stage where it's post-delivery, and that's a significant artifact, if you will, of exercising, right?
It would have been something I would have considered.
Okay. And as I said, you were pretty much the only one that actually considered bipolar spectrum disorder of all the doctors that she had seen. You know that, right? Are you aware of that? All right, never mind. That's right. She's going to object. That's okay.
Okay.
So the symptoms that you noted were mania. It says mania characterized by exaggerated excitement, hyperactivity, and racing scattered thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So what is, go ahead.
Was that from my note?
I'm looking at the same thing that we've been looking at, which is,
Oh, the information I sent her on bipolar.
yeah, it says,
Yes.
hi, Lindsay, and then your note, right?
Your Honor, if I may suggest maybe showing the witness what he's referring to.
She has it in front of her.
I think I understand what he's referencing, but thank you.
If the witness has a problem in regards to that and you need to look at some, just let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you move ahead to, I think, the message portal or whatever it's called, on November 30th, it's captioned "Stopping Remeron." And then
Yes.
okay, you're with me. And it says, no, this would go to the fact that she was still not sleeping. It was a huge problem for her, right?
Yes.
And she told you in her message thing, no, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all.
Correct.
And that's one of the things that you had told us earlier is a symptom, correct?
Correct.
A person that is not getting sleep but doesn't feel tired.
Correct.
What is a symptom of?
It's a symptom of mania that we look for.
Okay. And when we looked for that mania, did you notice that? And did you factor that into your diagnoses?
Yes.
Okay. How many times, if you recall, did Pat come with his wife to meet with you? Was it 3?
He came to a visit once. I believe I spoke with him and Lindsay on the phone twice.
Would you agree with me that, as counsel asked, did he get permission to be there? And you indicated no, that you would welcome the third-party contact, right?
Correct.
And did it appear to you that he was very, very invested in her care and was very scared and worried?
Yes.
And he was complaining about the fact that he believed, that they believed, that she was being over-medicated, right?
I believe he was concerned about her symptoms. He felt that they started once she started being medicated initially.
So you hear that? Rather than him saying, oh, Patrick actually was concerned and really cared and said that Lindsay was over-medicated. Contrary to the Patrick haters out there.
Right, because
To their chagrin.
she indicated that when she first started taking the SSRI back in October, I believe, that she ended up having it increased and then had a period of almost 2 days where there was no sleep whatsoever. That was one of the instances, right?
Yes.
She also, counsel had asked you, and you did not recall her saying horrible, intrusive thoughts. So if you would just look at November 30th patient message. It says, hi, Rebecca. And then it begins, I don't expect you to answer this until Monday.
I see that.
Okay. And then she says how she basically only slept for about 4 hours at the beginning of the night, 9:30, and then dozed off for 45 minutes and said, today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and deeply depressed, right?
Yes.
So when was the next time that you saw her after she sent that message on November 30th?
I would have seen her on December 6th. She had sent this message, I believe, on December 3rd, and I saw her on the 6th.
So on December 3rd, and again, it would be the way that they print this thing out. It has a date of November 30th, but then underneath it, it would be a different date of December 3rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, as an invested nurse practitioner, receive a message from a woman who is postpartum, who has been through what she's been through and the symptomology that she explained and the doctors that she's seen, not two very good results. You'd be concerned when you see a person saying, I have horrible intrusive thoughts, right?
Yes.
All right, so as a result of seeing on December 3rd that Lindsay Clancy, with her history, had been telling you that she had horrible intrusive thoughts, what did you do? Did you call her?
She had told me that she took the Ativan and now the thoughts were gone and she had felt good.
So,
But I did speak to her about it.
yeah, but she told you
At her
that
next
in
appointment.
she told you that in her message.
Right.
That she had today, all day, I had horrible intrusive thoughts. Deeply depressed. I finally took 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m. And the thoughts are gone, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
Did you ever bother to ask? I don't know. I mean, would you ask the patient what the horrible intrusive thoughts were?
I would have, yes.
Did you?
Yes.
What did she say?
She described them as thoughts of not wanting to be here.
How about, did she ever describe to you that she was hearing voices?
No.
How many people have you treated for postpartum psychosis?
5.
And of those 5 people, did they hear voices?
Not all of them.
How about some of them?
Some of them.
And that's a real thing, isn't it?
Yes.
And visual hallucinations likewise?
So he's trying to establish that, yes, Lindsay, what she said the story was on the day of the killing is something that happens in postpartum psychosis. So that's the way he's getting all the professionals. He said this to Tufts too, I believe. But in lieu of them saying, yes, Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of postpartum psychosis, he wants them to at least say this. I think the slam dunk for Reddington's going to be the experts that he gets about postpartum psychosis, because they'll corroborate most likely exactly what Lindsay's been saying.
Not all.
So with the voices, that would be an auditory hallucination.
Yes.
Visual hallucination, not all, but some.
Yes.
And that's a real thing.
Yes.
So when she had horrible intrusive thoughts, did she say where these happened? Like, was she in the yard? Was she in her car? Did you ask her where and what? Or was it just that she just didn't want to be here anymore?
It was more that she didn't want to be here anymore.
Okay, did you ask her what that meant?
I did ask her if she had any plans or intent for suicide, which changed at different times during our treatment.
So on December 2nd, you have received you sent a note to Lindsay and said it, meaning what she was telling you in a prior communication, it sounds more like depression than side effects. That would be of drugs, right?
Correct.
It is not uncommon for me to hear, and then you quote, I have never felt anything like this before, end quote, or quote, I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she was expressing all of the symptomology of depression, what you believe would have been side effects, and you indicated that at this point, while you're working through it, this sounds like postpartum depression, right?
Correct.
And what would the symptomology of, what does postpartum depression mean, and what is its effect on a patient?
Postpartum depression is like depression at any time during a patient's life. However, there are some unique considerations. It typically occurs in the first 3 months after a person has a baby, but it can happen at any point in the first year. The considerations that are a little bit different than regular major depressive disorder are that there are significant hormone fluctuations that a person undergoes when they deliver a baby. Sometimes they breastfeed and they wean from breastfeeding, and that can set off additional hormone shifts. And it tends to be a very anxious presentation. And obsessive thoughts can occur with greater regularity in postpartum depression than they would with major depression outside of the postpartum period.
So as a result of this information, you prescribed medication to her?
After I sent her the information on the postpartum, would this still be December 2nd?
Looking at the form that you have, it would be, yes, but I don't know if it's another date that there's a message underneath it. So let's look at the record where it says that on December 7th.
7th,
Yes.
okay.
Okay. And that's where you talked about bipolar spectrum disorder, right?
Yes,
And that's where you talked about how people would have these feelings of goal-directed activity, overly talkative, racing thoughts, need for sleep, things of that nature, right?
yes.
What was the end result of that? Did you prescribe medication for her?
I did.
And what was it?
Seroquel.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that you provided a mood chart, I think. Is that what you said, a mood chart? Is this it? Is that an indication just so the jurors know that it's in the records? It's a horrible, no,
That looks accurate, yes.
yeah. Yeah, there it is, right there. See on the very top, it says mood chart? To the left?
Yes,
All right, and on the top, it says daily mood chart. And then you also provided another chart on that date. What is that? That's another variation of it?
it's the weekly mood chart.
Okay. So did you tell her to fill this out?
I suggested that she fill it out so we could keep track of her symptoms.
Okay.
I mean, in principle, that's a good idea, but in reality, if you're just going to be putting like miserable, it's more important to figure out if there's anything in particular that changed to isolate the variable to see if that could be a part of things. But it seemed like Lindsay knew certain medications weren't making her feel good. That seemed pretty clear. But I don't know. This is a very basic tool, the mood chart. Although Shadow and I, we are a fan of journaling. But keep in mind, as this case proves, journals are able to be presented in court. Did you know that? So you have to be careful sometimes who you let know you have a journal.
Do you remember if she filled it out when she spoke to you?
She did not speak to me about filling it out. After that, she did say she printed it out.
Okay. Did you ever ask to see it?
I don't recall.
Okay. On December 1st, you met with her, is that right? Oh, no, wait a minute. Christine Zappi. Who's Christina Zappi?
I believe she's also someone that works at South Shore Medical Center.
All right. Do you know that she saw Christine Zappi on December 1st? Christina. I'm sorry. It says Christina.
I'm not sure if she saw her for a visit that day.
Okay. Have you seen in the pool of records that you have that she did see this individual and noted that she had been dealing with the problems, the insomnia symptomology, for over a month and a half, and medications keep changing, and it doesn't seem like much is helping? Did you ever see that?
That does sound familiar.
Okay, so she was somewhat this is almost hand in glove with saying, I'm not being hurt, right?
Yes.
Idea? Did you see her on December 2nd, the next day?
I spoke to her on December 2nd.
Okay. And again, the district attorney kept asking you about, she had the opportunity to come in and see you if she wanted to and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it's sometimes better to have a face-to-face actual meeting with a patient rather than just on the computer?
Yes.
Did you ever, if you recall, with all of the symptomology and deterioration going by week after week, say to her, I really think that we should get together in person?
Yes. So we met in person on the 6th, and our plan had been to meet in person on the 13th.
Okay, so that would be December 6th, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, December 2nd, you had a conversation with her on the phone, is that right?
I believe it was just my chart messages.
Okay, so you see on where it says, again, it's got the big black letters, December 2nd, 22, and then underneath it, it says behavioral health history. Can you find that on your records? If you don't, that's fine. That would be the time that she indicated that she had been to the ER for anxiety symptoms as well as insomnia and heart palpitations. You remember that?
I don't see that.
Okay, well, then let's get it. Do you have access to other staff notes and records, right?
I do. I only brought my own.
Okay,
with me.
that
Yeah.
answers that. So if I approach you,
Yes.
Can I see what you're showing her first? Sorry.
sure. Yeah. Latasha Dukes, who's Latasha Dukes?
Letitia Dukes was a clinician at our program at the time.
All right. So am I looking at Letitia Dukes, MSW, what does that mean?
Master of Social Work.
All right. And does that indicate a date that Ms. Dukes saw Lindsay?
December 2nd.
All right. And on December 2nd, again, she was complaining of symptomology, she meaning Lindsay, having heart palpitations, right?
She's describing that she had heart palpitations and she went to the ER for anxiety symptoms.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
And that she then went to the ER, and per a patient's report, she has an addiction to Ativan, and that's why she can't sleep. And she also noted had weight loss, right?
Correct.
And panic attacks, right?
Correct.
So she's got a fear that she's on the benzodiazepines by script that she didn't want to be on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was losing weight, and all the other symptomology that we talked about, right?
Correct.
And that's in December.
Yes.
December 5, Nicole Hayden Francis had a chance to speak with Lindsay. And at that point, there was a recommendation that she might want to try INPT LOC. What does that mean?
Inpatient level of care.
Okay. And that would be Nicole Hayden Francis, who's a nurse, was telling her that on December 5.
Yes.
Now, and again, I know you don't have the records from Letitia Dukes, so if I may approach.
You may.
December 5. On December 5, and you correct me if I'm reading these wrong, this would be Letitia Dukes, December 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on that occasion, Letitia Dukes notes that she called.
By the way, flock of black sheep, make sure you like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Now, I'm curious in particular, like I know, like Lindsay, when she didn't like the medicines, she would stop taking them and try to get another one. I don't know. I'm debating on how, if I would consider that not med compliant though, because why would you continue taking something that doesn't seem to be helping? Or seems to be making things worse, even. So I don't think I can fault her for that. Now, if it didn't make her feel worse, and she just wasn't giving it enough time to work, now, that is how SSRIs work. 2 to 3 weeks is generally what they say before they start to work. But, I mean, when they make you feel awful right away, I don't blame Lindsay for that part. I think there's more you can say. Sure, she didn't volunteer information about having thoughts of harming the kids. We don't know why Tufts never talked to her about the drinking. Julia Paul, the other psychiatric nurse practitioner, said that Lindsay told her she wasn't drinking anymore. And Patrick did say that as well. So if we believe them, that means she wasn't. But, what else? That's really it, though, as far as like being non-compliant. And the other part would be just like going around to the doctors. I wish she could have been more forthcoming about all the different places she was seeing.
Aspire Crisis Support, she meaning Lindsay, right?
Yes.
What is Aspire Crisis Support?
Aspire is the community mental health program that operates the local 24-hour emergency services program for psychiatric emergency services.
Okay. So when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, RNs in the psychiatric world, tell patients that are in crisis that if you feel that you're going to have suicidal ideation or anything, you should call these numbers, is what your people will give them, right?
Yes.
All right. She called Aspire Crisis Support, not once, but twice, right? If you know.
I'm aware of the one time she called.
Okay. But she was not given any help at all by Aspire, whoever they are, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Well, it says right in the records from Letitia that she met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. What does that mean? They just told her you're not laying on the ground with your throat cut, so we're not going to be able to help you?
Can't speak to what they told her.
So Aspire then recommended that she start or go to a day program.
Look at her body language. For the body language experts out there, leaning away from the Reddington, leaning in.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the clinician said that he, from Aspire, would be sending the patient resources, right?
Correct.
But they never did they? If you know.
I don't know.
Further, Letitia notes that they reviewed the sleep hygiene with the patient. Clinician provided patient suggestions for meditation, grounding, self-soothing techniques. What's a self-soothing technique? You know.
It might just be simple strategies to soothe yourself using any of your 5 senses.
And she notes, and again, this is on December 5th, that Pat, patient's husband, joined the visit, reporting that.
And that's just an insurance BS rule, right? Oh, you don't have a plan to end your life, so you're not going to qualify for inpatient treatment. So in which case, though, like, I guess at that point, what you would say to Lindsay is, game the system. Game the system and say, yes, I have a plan. Then you get inpatient treatment, right? I mean, why not? Is there any objections in the chat of why she shouldn't have done that? Why shouldn't she have done that? Now, maybe in her fear, she's thinking, oh no, I might lose my kids. Oh no. CPS, Child Protective Services, comes in. Okay. Perhaps a concern. But like we were talking about with B earlier, it's all relative. CPS taking kids or taking you away from the kids briefly, much better than having 3 kids dead. It's all about relativity. Relatively, not nearly as bad, right? But what do you think? Should she have said that? Should she have just gamed the system and said, yes, I have a plan. Now let me in.
Her anxiety had become significantly worse since starting the psychiatric medications. Did that say that? Anybody?
That is what that says.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke to Pat, he had told you that, in his quotation, his words would be, it was 10,000 times worse since she started this medication, right? If you know.
I don't recall him using that phrase.
But he was upset about the medication, wasn't he?
I would say he was concerned.
Do you recall that he said that you're turning her into a zombie?
I do not recall that he said that.
So would you say to the jury that he was concerned or he was pissed off about the medication and what it was doing to his wife?
Objection has been answered.
No, overall.
I would say he was concerned.
Concerned? Okay. Did anybody address his concerns?
That day,
Any day.
Pissed off too, he said, Reddington. Patrick was pissed off about the treatment that his wife was getting. Does that sound like some narcissistic psychopath that is on a mission to gaslight Lindsay and drug her and trick her and coercively control her into killing the kids? Does that sound like the actions of someone that would do that? I don't think so.
I would say that day I collaborated with them to take her off certain medications.
Okay. December 6th, you had a meeting with her, is that correct?
Correct.
Again, she's diagnosed postpartum anxiety, right?
Correct.
Her EPDS score, as a result of being administered, the Edinburgh test was at that time a 21, right? That would be underneath office visit and perinatal behavioral health, above assessment and recommendations.
Correct.
And 21, how would you grade that?
Severe.
Severe what?
Severe signs of postpartum depression.
To know that she had lost over 15 pounds by that point?
I was aware she had lost some weight. I was not aware that it was 15 pounds.
Okay. So then there was another patient message on December 7th where she again was expressing concern about the drugs, and you indicated, either way, I continue to recommend the Valium taper, right?
Correct.
There was a period of time that she indicated that she wanted to get off the medication and get off the drugs, and you indicated, as you told us, that you were on vacation that week, right?
Yes.
You basically told her to tough it out and just hit me up when I come back from vacation, right?
No.
Did you tell her to call you when you came back from vacation?
No, I asked that she try to hold off and wait for me to come back from vacation for the taper. She had wanted to taper it sooner.
All right. Do you have somebody that covers for you if you're on vacation?
Yes.
Did somebody cover?
She said that she was going to follow up with her other psychiatrist for the taper, but she did reach out to our program while I was on vacation.
Sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I'm sorry. I know that she said that she had an appointment with her psychiatrist who would work on the taper with her. And I do know that she was in contact with other providers at our program, including Letitia Dukes, while I was on vacation.
And Letitia Dukes is a social worker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. December 9th, there was another telephone encounter, it's called, right?
Yes.
And yet again, her husband, Pat, was involved with this call, right?
Yes.
So does this put Patrick up to around 4 times, maybe 5 times, that he had been involved either in person with your business or on the telephone?
Oh, so this is new information to me. 4 to 5 times he was involved in Lindsay's treatment. You didn't really get that impression before, did you? Or at least the way people, and again, it's tough because the way people are talking about it online, it's really skewing the picture. But here he is, 4 to 5 sessions he's doing with, what's this person's name? Rebecca Jollotta, and Lindsay and himself. That sounds like someone who's trying. I mean, that sounds like someone who's making an effort and trying to be there. So, and again, that would have been maybe one of my criticisms before, is that, didn't seem like that was happening. Dr. Tufts didn't really do it. I think Dr. Tufts said there was maybe one, and maybe McLean maybe had a brief conversation with him. But like I said, the only thing Patrick, I think, didn't do was telling Honor about the thoughts of harming the kids. That's the thing he didn't do.
Or on the telemetry or whatever it is, computer?
I spoke with him on the phone twice. He was in one of our visits on December 6th, and it appears he was in the visit with Letitia as well.
So this would be a Rebecca Jollotta telephone
Yes.
encounter on December 9th, right?
Correct.
And on that occasion, Lindsay, and it says, and her husband called this writer, that'd be you, right?
Correct.
Regarding the plan to taper, correct?
Correct.
And they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms remain too acute. What does that mean? What's acute mean?
Severe.
Did they say that she's sleeping but waking up? Let me back up. Was he telling you all of this while she sat there? She wasn't saying much in that conversation, was she?
I don't recall who was saying more than the other person.
Do you recall that she indicated that she wanted her husband to be involved to speak for her because she was really decompensating, right? She wasn't self-reporting and self-advocating too well for herself at that point, was she?
I just know she did have her husband on the call, and he did speak on the call.
They indicated that she was waking up with panic symptoms, right?
Correct.
What panic symptoms? What does that mean?
Panic symptoms can be this sudden rush of intense
That's not what can be. What did she tell you, or what did her husband tell you? Her
panic symptoms. Panic symptoms.
What were they?
Panic symptoms are racing heart, intense fear. Those are panic symptoms. Sudden rushes of intense anxiety that seem to come out of nowhere.
Okay. Is that something that you learn in school, or is that in a book? Is it in the DSM, or what? So we all have our own opinion as to what panic symptoms might be, but from a medical standpoint.
Those are what panic symptoms are.
Would you agree that Patrick, in this conversation, also indicated that she was having intrusive thoughts yet again? Right?
Correct.
What were the intrusive thoughts that she was having when she wakes up with panic symptoms?
I don't recall the specific intrusive thoughts. I recall asking about safety and that she did identify having thoughts of suicide.
Well, Patrick told you that she has thoughts of suicide, right?
Lindsay as well.
Okay, so I'm asking you what you, as an invested healthcare provider, told this woman to advise her what your investigation revealed. If you have a patient tell you, I'm having intrusive thoughts, what were they?
I recall that they were intrusive suicidal thoughts.
And is this a frequent theme that you noted?
And to me, regardless of what she says right now, this should be inpatient eligible. If this is continuing to happen, she can't even advocate for herself anymore. Patrick's the one talking to her on the phone. I mean, how many thoughts of ending your own life do you have to have? This seems a little worse even than suicidal ideation as well. So to me, this is the point right here where, yeah, next level treatment is needed here. I mean, she can't even talk on the phone. I mean, Patrick's doing it for her at this point. So this is the point where if you're going to criticize Jollotta, I think this is where you do it. Right here.
I don't know if it was a frequent theme that I noted, but I know that it was documented several times throughout her course of treatment with providers in my program.
So at this point, with all the providers of your program and her indications, as well as her husband's, about the number of times that she had suicidal ideation, did you prescribe more drugs for her?
At this occasion, I prescribed Valium.
You bumped her up to Seroquel to 400 milligrams, didn't you?
Yes.
Did that help? How'd that work out?
That's a big one too. This is another one. So she's the one that increased the Seroquel from 200 to 400. The very same Seroquel that was making her worse. That, in the words of Ron Burgundy, that was a poor choice.
At 200 milligrams, she was able to sleep. So I felt that the manic symptoms in her mixed presentation were alleviated at 200.
So on December 12th, she sent you one of those messages. Thank you, Rebecca. December 12th. She says, for the last 3 nights, I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say, I do like the way it makes me sleep deeply and soundly for about 7 or 8 hours. I don't like the way I feel in the morning. That you read that to the jury for the DA, right?
Yes.
But then the rest of the sentence is, incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that that's one of the observations that you make or symptomology of a person that's suffering significantly from postpartum.
And this also calls into attention the escalation scale. Okay, just because someone doesn't have a plan to end their life, there should be a lower bar than that for an escalation of treatment, for an escalation in the level of care. The only reason why there's not in America is because of the BS insurance nonsense, really. But if you want to make a pragmatic change moving forward, why not do that? Don't make it so that you have to have a plan. Like, I think at this point, Lindsay should have been eligible for inpatient treatment.
Anxiety, depression. She's incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything, right? What
Correct.
does that mean? What does she mean by that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When she says that she's unmotivated and is incredibly depressed, was she able to go shopping? Could she get in the car and drive? Did you know that she stopped driving?
I was not aware of that.
On December 12th, she saw Letitia Dukes. Patients reporting thoughts of SI, suicidal ideation, but no plan. She contacted Crisis over the weekend and will be starting a PHP in Norwell. What does that mean?
Partial hospitalization program?
Okay, and that's because, yet again, she's reporting the suicidal ideation, correct?
Correct.
And there's a difference between suicidal ideation and having thoughts of suicide, right? Under the DSM, is there?
There's a suicidal ideation can be a spectrum.
Okay. On December 13th, telemedicine in the perinatal behavioral unit. Again, there was a concern about suicidal ideation, and her look underneath Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, if you have it, was now 20. It's still severe, right?
Correct.
So what did you do on that date, if you know, December 13th?
I recommended that she continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
December 19th, telemedicine with Letitia Dukes. And this is when she indicated that she was going to contact women and infants, and Letitia helped her out to do that. So she went to women and infants on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. So as time went on, and she had gone to women and infants and was unable to be treated on December 20th and went home, or picked up by her husband, what was her course of treatment after that? You didn't talk to anybody at Women and Infants, right?
At that time, I did not talk to anybody at Women and Infants, but I do know that we re-referred her in a few
I
days.
know you already told us you re-referred her. My question is real simple, and I don't mean to be bully. I just want to ask you,
Yes.
did you talk to anyone at Women and Infants?
No.
So, as I read the record, which is an exhibit, Women and Infants, December 20th, differential diagnosis, concern about medications, reaches out to Rebecca Jollotta, no return call from Jollotta. You don't recall that. You don't know what happened to her after that, do you? Other than going to McLean.
I know that she went to McLean.
Right. Do you know when she went into McLean?
At the end of December, early January.
Okay. Did you review the McLean records? Because you have access to them, right?
I do not have access to them.
You don't.
I don't.
So if you're treating a person for all of the stuff that we've talked about, and it's now apparent that things have decompensated so bad that they have voluntarily admitted her to a locked ward in a mental institution, is it important to Rebecca Jollotta to find out what the diagnosis and treatment was of their patient?
Yes,
Did you find out?
I did not.
And anytime you called it an ROI, anytime you needed a release of information such as a HIPAA release, she would have signed it, right?
Objection.
Overall.
Would have.
You have no reason,
Speculation.
well, not hardly.
All right, I'm going to allow that. The jury can weigh that. You can explore that on cross-examination. Redirect, I'm sorry.
From your treatment of Lindsay and her efforts to be a good patient and tell you all what her symptoms were and third-party contacts and everything, to your opinion, she would have signed a release for you to get access to pretty much anything you wanted, right?
I'm not sure if she signed a release for McLean to be able to speak with us.
Did anybody ask her? Did you ever ask her to sign a release?
I did not.
So this is the proactive part that it seems like Dr. Tufts missed out on. And, Jollotta did okay up until this part here, I think, where there's just not that extra step of like, okay, let's follow up. Oh, did you ask about this? Oh, did you ask about that? Did you? Now, again, Jollotta can't even say that she didn't try to talk to Patrick. She did. So I'll give him credit for that. Tufts, not as much. But it's that extra step. And again, it's the same thing people are criticizing Patrick for too. Not doing the extra thing. Which honestly, it's a high bar for all of them in a way. But the issue is, when it's mental health and life or death, then the mistakes get magnified. And as you can see, most times they don't end in a catastrophe like this. But when they do, nobody forgets. And every little decision gets put under the microscope and blown up. So that's what we're doing right now, right? Every little decision they made, we have it under the microscope. And we have 20/20 vision looking at it in hindsight. They didn't then. But I still do think you got to escalate the care. When they're that poor off and they can't advocate for themselves anymore, and as Reddington said the other day, Lindsay's mother was staying with them. And that's what he was mentioning to Tufts. I don't even know if Tufts even knew about that. I think she said she knew about it, but she never decided to ask, oh, how's that going? It's going pretty bad. Oh, my mother needs to move in. It's really kind of going poorly. But they just didn't take the extra step. Now, legally, they don't have to take the extra step. But again, when it comes to mental health, it is life or death sometimes. So you would hope they would do everything in their power to help the situation.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Buckingham.
Let's see what kind of questions she asked here. We only got 15 minutes left, if not less.
Ms. Jollotta, Lindsay Clancy was only a patient at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic between November 20th and December 13th. Fair to say? Meaning November 20th is the first contact she had with Julie Paul, right?
Yes.
And December 13th is the last time that you met with her.
Yes.
And she came to that clinic not from a referral from somebody like Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
And so your information about her contact with that psychiatrist is limited to what she shared with you.
Correct.
And she never offered to you that maybe you should talk to her, did she?
Correct.
Now, you've also been asked.
So here's the thing, though. Like, this is the situation where, in the right kind of questioning, Jollotta might be able to get that from Lindsay. But again, Jollotta said she knew of Tufts, right? She just didn't know exactly the other medicines, and she would check that drug of abuse system. I forget what it's called. But this is where the initiative will come into play. Oh yeah, my patient here is seeing other people. Let's see what's going on here. And ideally, though, you wouldn't want to be having her see so many people. You want to boil it down. There's no reason for it, at least in my opinion. I mean, it's one thing if you leave one completely and don't go back. That's different. But keeping them while you see other people, and they're also prescribing you things, that complicates matters.
About providing all the different medications. And if I may approach with Exhibit 1, please.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you the second page there. I know it's kind of small, but take your time to take a look at it. Do you ever see on there that you prescribed any medications to Lindsay Clancy in January of 2023?
None.
And in fact, January 12th of 2023 is Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
January 5th of 2023, Aaliyah Goodhart, correct?
Correct.
January 16th, Jennifer Tufts.
Correct.
Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. So your last prescription filled is December 22nd, 2022.
Correct.
So when counsel asked you about this chart he was reading from,
Yes.
you would agree with me, this record from CVS is what you would generally see when you pull a patient's prescription lists.
Yes.
And as far as the going back through some of the medications, and you were read by counsel about on December 6th and 7th prescribing the same medication, is it common that you would change prescriptions to adjust for dosage?
Yes.
And when you start some new medications, do you give somebody an automatic?
I think she realizes, the prosecutor here, Buckingham, that Reddington just did a good job. And so now she's a little bit flustered. Not to mention she got overruled on her speculation claim.
30-day supply if you're not sure if that's going to be the course of medication?
Correct.
So sometimes you're prescribing things at kind of odd dosages, right? Or odd number of pills.
Yes.
So on December 6th for the diazepam, you actually prescribed 1 pill.
Yes.
And then December 7th, 2 pills.
Yes.
And then December 9th, a 5 milligram dose, 8 pills.
Yes.
And then on December 30th, I think it is, 2 milligram dose, 7 pills.
Yes.
And then the Seroquel as well. On November 30th, when you first prescribed that at that low 25 milligram dose for insomnia, she was given 30 pills.
Yes.
And then when you changed the plan as of December 7th, you had to give her a new prescription for a higher dose, didn't you?
Yes.
So that's the 100 milligrams at 22 pills.
Correct.
Now, when you adjust the dosages or adjust the number of pills, do you give specific instructions on how to take the medication going forward?
Yes.
Do you expect the patient to follow those instructions and disregard the previous prescriptions?
Yes.
Now, at several points, you've indicated, and counsel asked you about referrals or recommendations that,
that point she just made, the prosecutor, again, if you're taking a medicine and your side effects get worse, I'm not going to expect you to continue taking it. Like, I just don't think that's a reasonable standard.
Ms. Clancy go to a partial hospitalization program, right? Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And does South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health have a partial hospitalization program?
Not at this time.
And so oftentimes you have to pair or recommend places outside in other communities, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about women and infants, and that's one of the places that you've referred, and that you did in fact refer this patient, correct?
Yes.
You don't have an affiliation with women and infants, do you?
No.
So any information that you receive would have to come from the patient or at the patient's request. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In regards to her visit to women and infants in December 20th, you had contact with Lindsay Clancy the next day, didn't you?
I did.
And that was through the MyChart messaging?
Yes.
And she explained to you what happened at Women and Infants?
Yes.
She gave you details about what they told her, that she wasn't going to benefit from the groups, and that when she told them about her medication history or medication issues, that they believed that she should come off Seroquel.
Yes.
So while you don't have the records of the diagnosis, you had a report from the patient about what they were recommending, didn't you?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you started a conversation with her about tapering Seroquel, didn't you?
Yes.
Were you talking to her about postpartum depression?
Let me double check, please.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
So that's when you sent the information in the mood chart, right?
Yes.
So that's November 30th, December 1st. And now by the time you get to December 7th.
So here's the big thing, right? As I'm thinking about it, like the prosecution is trying to act like Julie, like even they've acknowledged Lindsay had mental health symptoms and mental health issues, right? So as people have said, when you have mental health issues, like that changes the standard, right? That's where they're not on equal ground. Lindsay's not on equal ground with Jollotta here. Like Jollotta has to carry more than her fair share because of Lindsay's condition. That's what it seems like the prosecution isn't allowing for. Like, no, Lindsay's an adult, so she should be on equal ground and equal responsibility with Jollotta. But considering the circumstances, I just don't think that's reasonable either. Like, she was significantly impaired, so you have to understand that and then act accordingly. You can't expect her to act like nothing's wrong when something's wrong.
And after having pretty significant back and forth communication with her, now you're talking with her and giving her some information about bipolar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So upon her presentation at the clinic, in her initial focus of treatment, it was for postpartum depression and anxiety, was it not?
Yes.
And as you began to have more contact with her, as you began to trial different medication regimens, is that when your differential diagnosis started to emerge?
Yes.
And you responded to that appropriately with the medication you recommended, right?
Yes.
That's why the titrating of Seroquel became a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you, after the Women and Infants program on December 20th, you didn't see Lindsay Clancy again in the clinic, did you? Either telehealth or in person?
No.
And the only contact you had with her was through the messages about the plan for tapering, correct?
Correct.
And while you were going to be away and not available to her, you still gave her a plan and a prescription to assist with tapering, didn't you?
I did.
Was your clinic or your colleagues still available for her if she needed it?
Yes.
Did she reach out?
I believe that either she or Patrick did reach out on December 30th.
And that was for a higher level of care recommendations, right?
Correct.
But as far as issues with the taper, did she reach out to you or your colleagues about issues with the taper?
No.
This line of questioning isn't even helping the prosecution at this point. Like, it's proving that Lindsay's really struggling. She's trying to keep it on to the focus of the taper, but what is that doing for her?
Now, counsel went through with you a call in which Patrick and Lindsay, or Lindsay indicated to you that she was having panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that call, did you contract for safety?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means assessing immediate safety. For example, not to speak in hypothetical, but if somebody was saying, I have a plan to kill myself, I have a knife, I am calling 911, I am sectioning that person. If somebody's saying, I'm having thoughts of suicide, okay, what are they? Do you have a plan? Do you have intent? What I recall from Lindsay is she was having thoughts of suicide. She did not disclose a plan, no intent, and her husband was aware of this as well. He was on the call.
And in fact, in any of the times that you met with or had messages with Lindsay Clancy and she talked about intrusive thoughts or suicidal thoughts, did she ever articulate that she ever had a plan?
No.
Or that she ever actually had any intent of completing the act?
No.
And you're aware that she did have support in the way of her husband and her family, didn't you?
I was aware of that.
And again, to be fair, most people, this is as far as they usually share. Like, they don't usually share much more than that. And again, when they stop talking about it, that's also when you would have to be afraid. Or like at the end, when Lindsay was apparently doing better, that's usually when the person that has made the plan, they've decided finally to stop fighting it and follow through. So that's something to pay attention to there too. But you can't, I just don't expect them to say much more than that. Like, yes, besides outright saying I have a plan, what else are they going to say? There's not much else for them to even say.
And again, intrusive thoughts, when a person tells you, a postpartum mom tells you they're having intrusive thoughts in your training experience, in the times that you've treated moms with postpartum depression or anxiety or even psychosis, that's a fairly common complaint, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed and unmotivated, fairly common to hear those from new moms.
Yes.
And in your experience in treating individuals with postpartum psychosis, whether they hear voices or not, did you ever have any concerns based on your contact with Lindsay Clancy that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I did not.
I mean, clearly, though, Lindsay's concerns were a little more severe than the average postpartum depression, right? That's the postpartum depression, a little moody, dark mood, depressed. But it seems like to me, Lindsay's symptoms were worse than that. It was a severe postpartum depression. Now, again, what made it tricky is all the medicines and what that did to her system. So you have to try to untangle them, which, again, the treatment with all the meds complicated things.
I have nothing further.
Well, it appears as though she was, doesn't it?
Objection.
Hold on. Why don't we do this? Why don't you get over there, Mr. Barrington, if you can, go ahead. Let me ask you a question.
I will try it.
All right. Anything further? All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Counsel, could I see you over sidebar?
Well, and that's it for the coverage of the day. Interesting. We got a bigger picture there of everything that was going on. You see the points of failure. You see what should have been done. And actually, this was a good day for Patrick. I think this was a good day for Patrick. If anyone who's actually talking about the theories about Patrick is actually paying attention to the trial, I don't think they are. But this made Patrick look good. Going to 4 or 5 of those sessions. So I'll be using that in my debates tomorrow on social media. You better believe it. But Shadow and I are very grateful that everyone stayed this long. 3:55 in the morning on the East Coast. Well, you gotta know when to pick and choose your battles, Songbits. Sometimes you gotta fight them because bad things happen when good people do nothing. But then you also gotta know when arguing with a fool, then there are two. You have to figure out which one you're dealing with, right? Or lions don't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep. You gotta know which little one-liner applies. Someone on Facebook posted your latest post, Jared. Who did? Someone big or just a random person sharing it? I guess I'll take a look at it. Amen there, Songbits. Songbits says, be a lion tomorrow, not a sheep. I couldn't have said it better myself. A group named True Crime Mamas, huh? They good group, Teresa? Did they like the post, or are they trying to use it as an example of, look at this idiot. Look at this idiot named Jared. What a buffoon. But alas, it takes courage. It takes courage to go against the tribe. It takes courage to go against the masses. But also one of Shadow's favorite expressions is, be very careful following the masses, because sometimes the M is silent. I was happy to see the woman that was on Ashley Banfield the other day. She's on board with me. All of the people, the big creators so far, for the very most part, they agree. They agree Patrick's innocent. So I'll give Annie Elise, I'll give her a thumbs up for that. Ashley Banfield, Nancy Grace. I mean, Megyn Kelly goes far in the other direction. A few others. All right, folks. Good call, Dana. Dana says we are still on prosecution witnesses. It'll get worse when defense witnesses testify. Yeah, I bet. I'm not looking forward to that, Dana. I mean, I'm looking forward to that for Lindsay's sake, but not for Patrick's sake. Hey, time flies when you're having fun, right, Hartman and Teresa? So Teresa, Hartman, Dana, D, Sweet Caroline, Songbits, Nandy Goat, Autumn, Wendy, Tim, anyone else still lurking around here? Jermaine, Julie Reagan, Miss Kim, Bethany. Thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you for all the support. Shadow and I really appreciate it. And we'll most likely be back again tomorrow. Amen, Songbits. We'll see. We'll see what they do. All right, folks. Have a great night.